Someone wrote in, I agree with you regarding materialism, but how do we get past it? Thank you. Well, that's a great question. Yeah, never get stopped with the annoyance. Stop thinking in terms of working. You're not working, you're cultivating, you're practicing. It's a perspectivist shift. You have to make it. It's not easy. You're not working, you're cultivating. Are the conditions austere? Well, that's cultivation under austere conditions. That's what you're engaging in. Now, do you want to search them out unnecessarily? No. If you go past the middle path, that is not skillful. On the other hand, staying in your little comfy comfort zones, that's not the middle path either. And it's really hard for us mammalian creatures when we get comfortable to get out of that comfort. We have everything working against us. But cultivation practice will get you out of it. And it might feel bad for a while, but it's the higher, noble thing to do. Use this bardo, this fortunate bardo, despite all of its disturbing aspects. Use it for cultivation. And see, there we see the second part of the formula, understanding the concept of bardo. You are coming from bardos, you go into different bardos, even in this dimension. When you sleep, you're in a different bardo. If you're dreaming, you're in a different bardo. And when you die, you go into different bardos. So you see how that expands the metaphysics? Materialists will come and say, no, you can't prove that, it's not true. Well, that's a rhetorical device. They can't prove that there is nothing outside of this bardo. They can't prove that there isn't something outside of this bardo, you see? So they have a reductionist ad absurdum methodology that if you accept it, well, you're trapped. But if you don't, you're not. So leave that. If they put the lid, or you put the lid on yourself, unscrew it. Unbottle your mind. The universe, yeah, look up in the sky. It's much bigger than what materialists reduce it down to. It's about perspectionism, right? Perspectivism. Give yourself more perspectives. Don't just reduce it down to the one, to zero-sum games. No. That is poverty, friends. And it's very limiting. That's why people are depressed. Like, wow, this is it? Oh, man. No, right? It's like, this is it? One flavor of ice cream? It's not even ice cream. It's drudgery. It's the plantation. No, sorry. Don't accept those terms. Now that doesn't mean it can't be plantational at times, but then we come to the third thing, such as the 1 meter monastery concept. Look, purgatory isn't going to make you happy. Okay? It can make you delusional. It can make you angry. That's indisputable. And here's the other thing, it can make you greedy too. And all of those things will throw you off the middle path and will throw you off cultivation and will put you on a downward trajectory. Psychologically and spiritually and every other way too. Now, how people get themselves out of that paper bag? Well, it's usually delusionality. No, I'm better. I know I am. I can prove it. Then you ask them, well, okay, how are you going to do that? And then they pull out some digits. See, I've got 10,000 digits and you've only got 100. So, well, what? What type of scale are you using here? How many languages do you speak? How many? Like, how about those sort of ephemeral kinds of things? Like, what? How many instruments do you play? Right? Uh, I mean, we can pick things that are also absurd. Like, how many jokes can you tell? How about that one? How many people can you make laugh? Or how many people have you made laugh? Like, belly laughing, gut wrenching, crying their eyes out kind of laughing. If I've had 100,000 and you've had 0, who's richer? You see, we can make absurdist comparisons like that. I would say the person that made more people laugh, they are richer, sort of in non-real terms, you see. We're not getting to the real of the materialist. The real of the materialist is an illusion. Just like they keep digging down to physics. Where is the thing? What is the smallest part? Well, it starts getting down to quarks, and they start disappearing, like they'll disappear here, and then they'll show up there. Like, imagine the scientists just looking and looking and looking. Why can't I finally get closure on this damn thing? It just keeps eluding them. You see, as below, so above. So we're not here for materialism. We're here for cultivation. That's how you get past it. And again, if you have to trick yourself out of their pseudo-realism, do it. Whatever it takes. But again, the goal is the middle path, not some type of extremist, how about this, complete denial of reality, right? Then you're in the delusional realm. Sorry, it happens. It's real easy. It's like pulling a rabbit out of a hat. You can always shift to the delusional realm at any moment. So being aware is a skill that you need to cultivate. And in all bardos, that's what that whole lucid dreaming phenomenon is about. I'm not a big fan of it, how they describe it. It's more like bardo behaviorals or mental acuity or spiritual awareness at all times kind of skill. I'm dreaming, see? Well, it's a lucid dream. I don't think that really cuts it. That's a bad translation. You can already see, essentially we had a smart idiot class of academics that were flipped that first encountered these things. And they very imperfectly and dunce-like, in a dunce-like way, and in a lot of ways perhaps intentionally mistranslated these practices. So if you hear a term that sounds weird and you scratch the surface, there's probably something a lot deeper to it. So don't get hung up on these names and labels either. Dig deeper. Don't accept terms, definitions, positions just because. Purgatory has a neo-barbarian side to it. We're deep in it at this point, and so keep things light and fresh. And if you have to scrape off the paint and repaint it the better way with new techniques and materials, then do that. It's cultivation. You're not working, you're cultivating. Oh yeah, and before I forget, it's cultivation with curation, which means elimination of almost, if not all nonsense, especially the self-generated kind. See, that technique with the 1 meter monastery is very good because you make a separation for the purpose of cultivation, and then you're confronted with your own noise, and then it's quite satisfying to say, take hold of the little volume knob and then turn it to 0. Like, well, look at this. I have no reason for this noise. I've identified this noise, and now I'm going to eliminate this noise by dropping it. It's not a full-on confrontation. No, it's not about engagement. It's not about strangling it to death, although maybe there's some beginning kinds of skirmishes that might start out that way. It's the other subtle practices like fading, forgetting, forgiving, resting, focusing on the breath, right? It's a purely directional kind of thing. Like, well, yeah, people are thinking about this and that, or astrophysics. I'm focusing on the breath here until there's nothing there other than that. And then I might return after a recalibration of the spiritual kind. Just like rebooting your computer, all processes get terminated. This one, do all sub-processes all the way down to 0. Then let it cool off. That processor was way too hot. Give it 5 minutes, 10 minutes, right? 15 minutes, 15 days, 15 years, if that's what you want to do. But when you start it back up, do monitor, all right? Activity monitor to see what processes come online and which ones are beneficial and which ones aren't. Suited to purpose, which ones can you categorize just right off the bat? These are unwholesome. These are not to purpose. These are distractions. These are kilesas. I'm a kilesa aware type of person. I don't put poison in my water if I can help it, and I don't necessarily just assume it's going to be good. So I have a little testing kit, especially if I'm traveling through countries on foot, and I don't trust the sources of water there, and I don't trust necessarily my mind at times to be pure of kilesas. So I'm on the lookout. I'm aware. I know what the medicine is. I know the microbiology of the mind. A few aspects of it, like I'm not a biochemist, okay? But I do understand that you can get very sick drinking just any old type of water, and that there are procedures that work. There's gear that works. There's new gear that's come out. There's new insights, and it's really, really beneficial to stay on top of those things. Because dying of typhus, it's not fun, or the spiritual equivalent, it's not. So be careful, be mindful, be aware, and be skillful. That's how we do this practice. And we don't take it for granted. We do realize it's subtle. We do realize it can't be proven to others or necessarily to ourselves, although it should be, let's say, good to ourselves, and we need to be skeptical sometimes, knowing that we can be delusional. Maybe we thought this thing was good, but we're not attached so much either to it or to an outcome to say, we're married to this or that practice or this or that label. It's about internal subtle results that changing forms and conditions, and we accept that. It's a precondition to cultivation. If you don't accept those things, it's like not accepting soil dynamics or weather dynamics, and you're in the agricultural game. You shouldn't. Why are you in that game? You're not going to be successful at it. But why wouldn't you consider those variables if you're in that game? And you're in the spiritual game, you're in the cultivation game, you're in the skill and practice game. And so, yeah, your equivalent of spiking serves in tennis at 200 miles an hour, that's sort of where you're at versus Patujanas that just keep hitting the ball in the net. It does matter to you that you hit where you're supposed to hit, and you win those games and not the Patujanistic ones. But remember, it's not about perfection. You have to be loose sometimes. You have to lose points and reflect, and do so with neutrality and no ego, to advance, even if it is only by increments, even if it means letting things go. I want to win all the time. Well, you have to let that go. It's not about winning in simplistic terms. It's about advancement. It's about becoming this and not becoming that. These are subtle things. They're ephemeral things. They're not considered important by third parties. They're considered crazy or not important, or why are you doing that, or that's strange, right, from third parties. But for you, it's not. And you know why, and you should know why. You should cultivate a reason why, if you don't have one. Like I said, most Patujanas, you live open, like a mechanic. I come in, oh, your car's not working, pop the hood. I look in, no engine, no carburetor, no hoses, no nothing. It's like, all right, Peanut, how much is this going to cost you? Yeah, they would pay anything to have that engine and carburetor and compassion and all those things they need together for their engine to work. But I can't do it for them. I can point to a blueprint and say, well, look, you're going to have these variables. You're going to have these perspectives, but you can change perspectives and you can work with what you have. And your case might be you're a greedy, pig-like person. I was never really that at all. I had much different things that I was challenged with in this bardo. And a lot of it, I look back, I say it was just space dukkha. There's no explanation that I can come to that would make it even remotely explainable why I took this or that perspective at different times, but I did. And the results were, well, yeah, agitation, frustration, anger. And then losing those views, well, what did I gain? Well, I gained a very light, generous, satisfying approach to life. And that is impossible to quantify in materialist terms, but the satisfaction, it does exist. It really is real. Just like health is real. How do you quantify health? How do you qualify it? Health is real. But people see doubt. Doubt's a hindrance. Oh, I doubt that. I'm sick. I doubt there's such things. Oh, well, okay. That's what you want to do. I'd say there's a lot of things to doubt, but not that. Use doubt skillfully. Doubt can be used skillfully. Just like desire can be used skillfully. The desire for good things, that's good. That's not necessarily what I would call pig-like people. They desire common, normal, vulgar things. But the desire for the high normal path, how can someone dispute that, the nobility of that? Someone wrote in, it's like, I hear you complain about this, I hear you complain about that, where's your practice? Where's my practice? Look, it's not about denying annoyance all the time. It's about confronting it. It's about free-flowing it. It's about playing it. It's about losing it at some point. And there are all different types of techniques that you can use. My technique, one of them is comedy. One of them is engaging in criticism to be aware of the criticism, to then change the directionality to one of those topics I just keep coming back to, the topic of gratitude, the reality of gratitude. What is it about your microenvironment right now that is good? The critical mind, it can find a lot of things very easily. What can the cultivated mind find in terms of gratitude. What is it that you can legitimately be grateful for? Such as when you breathe in the air, is it full of toxins and dust and horrible smells like in large parts of this world where there are billions of people living in some of the worst purgatorial conditions you could possibly imagine? Is it like that? Where is your scale of annoyance? Perhaps you're in a comfort zone. Perhaps you're complaining about so-called first world problems. I really love that. Keep that meme alive. What kind of first world problems do you have right now? My Bluetooth device is not connecting properly. Zounds! Bluetooth, are you kidding me? That is a miracle. We have a lot of conveniences and a lot of things to be grateful for. That you can hear this, you should be grateful for that. One voice in the wilderness that's changed its directionality, changed its tone, even if it's just for 5 minutes. Or as I bring it down to the 2-minute mark, just for the next 2 minutes, changing the directionality to gratitude, to mining it out of a sheer rock face with a pick, if you have to use right effort to go in that direction instead of the easy way, the critical mind, the mind of annoyance that can start off small but can scale up to Nietzschean levels of annoyance. But it's really not good in the beginning, it's not good in the middle, and it's not good at the end, friends. Even if you've gotten close to the end, there's always a next step further to the critical mind. And it's not the right direction. It's not wholesome. It's not good. It's not wise. It's not clever. It's not edgy. It's not accurate. You're just convinced of it based on some other annoyances that you might have that has led you into further annoyance, which is the definition of unskillfulness. It's the definition of a samsaric loop. And people just go round and round and round and round and round and round and round like that. All day, all night, all week, all month, all year, all life long. That's why it's called samsara. That word, it's powerful. See, for you right now, just hearing it maybe for the first time, it's a label. But beyond that label, it's a door. It's a door into the insight of this place. And it describes to the T, to a letter, to the reality of the situation that people are captured in, chained in, locked in, habitualized, conditioned in, locked and loaded into. That artillery cannon called samsara. And they just keep pulling that lever, boom, and then loading in another shell, and then boom, blowing themselves up, blowing their own contentment up, blowing everyone else up. Why? I didn't have a choice. I was just following orders. Whose orders? You're the one running the orders, fool. Now, some people are stuck in certain situations. For example, self-defense, that's a whole different matter. So you can't conflate one with the other. You have to make distinctions. But on a metaphorical level, who are you blowing up in the end of the day when those artillery shells are going up and falling right down on top of you? in the form of dissatisfaction, annoyance, ill will, right? Hatred, anger, whatever other defilement it might be. The sense of lack. I'm lacking this. I saw this. I want this. I don't have this. Look at this quotient of disappointment that I have now. And yet, if you didn't see this thing, you would have never have wanted the thing. And if you never wanted the thing, you would never have had the sense of lack. But this is what mammalian creatures do. They stand in front of that train and they get run over by life, by samsara. Those wheels, they're turning. You see the wheel with the spokes? It's turning. The steel wheels, they're turning. The sparks are flying off them. You don't throw yourself under that train. It's more powerful than you. But you can dodge it. Look, I'm safe. I did not stand in the way of it. I got out of the way, and you can too. But we keep finding ourselves on those tracks. But once we do, step off them. Walk away. Reflect. Ponder. Refine and distill the wisdom, the panya, via reflection. Having gotten there due to ethical and moral and skillful behavior, refraining, renunciation. Hey, you know what? You want that? You can have that. I didn't even look at that. Didn't look into that. Didn't get hooked by that. Crack, don't need it. I don't smoke it. I don't want it. I understand some people think it's cool. I don't. Right? There's other things out there. Oh, they'll make you feel good. Maybe for a while, and then what? See how we can think things through? Don't need to get on them train tracks. And if you're on them, get off them. Stay off them. It's dangerous out there. It's dangerous for your mind, your heart, your soul, your feelings, your directionality, your initiative, your clarity. It's dangerous to all of those subtle things. It's dangerous to the middle path. It's dangerous to true philosophy, true wholesomeness, true wholeness. Don't risk it. Pull back. Walk away. Drop it. Let it go. Nobody on this planet has ever survived. We're all heading towards the grave. Don't let these things twist you up. There are good things in this place, including the insight and the practice. See, this is another thing. We're so egoically driven, we need to turn that into practice. And the practice is renunciation. A big part of it is, I don't have to be doing something right now. I don't have to be defined by someone else right now. I don't need to be defining myself right now. I don't need to be doing something right now. I don't need to get this or that to feel this or that right now. I can just come back to the reality of the breath for long, limitless, extended periods of time, and be well with that, with pure non-attachment to changing forms and conditions, and be perfectly okay. Right? Those 10 supermodels, I don't need them, right? I don't care. I wish them well. I understand that just because the way they look, people jump out of doors to mess with them. Right? Being something desirable, being supremely talented in anything, even if it's just looking good or acting interesting, is enough to cause a stampede of vulgarians to want to have something that they need not have. And should they get it, will finally, at some point, not want. And then the person who thought they were wanted by someone that wanted them ultimately experiences also the disillusionment of that person not wanting them. So it's not a game you can win, and that's what the insight practice will give you. And when you know it's a game you can't win, then not playing it doesn't feel that bad, does it? On the other hand, people can get along. They can understand each other. They can stop doing bad things or stop wanting things that are causing them agitation. And then they can practice all day long, and they're harming no one, and especially not themselves, with critical mind. See, monkey mind, moral mind, and critical mind. I think that's another one. Critical mind is a form of or subset of moral mind, but it appears to be you doing it to yourself. That's the delusional component. It's not you, it's not yours. It's a bad opinion. It's just coming from what you believe to be inside, when in fact it's optional. If it is, like, wait a second, what am I thinking right now? No, that's not wholesome, so why would I have that opinion of myself? I'm perfectly okay. I'm very okay. I'm okay when people understand me, and I'm okay when people don't understand me. Do not harm other living creatures. No one need be paranoid about me. And why is that? Because I know it. It's genuine. It's not a gimmick. I know exactly what I'm doing most of the time. And that intentionality, it's there. I've proven it. I help people. I don't hurt them. Where I can. I can't help all people. You can't help people without helping yourself. But by helping yourself, you can help people. Look, if a building catches on fire in my near vicinity and someone says, here's a bucket, come on, man, forget about philosophy. I'm in a condition where I could be a benefit in a situation like that. The potential benefit. And it could save children or old people or what have you. But I don't need to be doing that to feel or be cognizant of my own value, primarily to myself. That is sort of what good people are, right? They're good to themselves, they're good to others. There's a congruency there. You can't tell other people what to do if you don't know how to do things. But that's the crazy egoically driven society that we have. Many deluded people. Oh, I was told this is a good thing, so this is what I'm doing right now. Just like jogging. Till their bones break down and their heart gives out. They don't question what they're doing. This is good for me. They're totally convinced. Well, no, actually, look at this. You could bust out a chart. Some people might get it. Other people, they're impenetrable. Can't tell them differently. No, it feels good when I do this, and then I choose this version of health science or what have you, and that's their causality, right? Karma, that's it. They decided it. It is so, and then they get the arthritis, they get the joint pains, they get all of those things, a premature death in exchange for their wrong views on things like that. But they feel good delusionally until bad things happen, and then they don't put two and two together, and then that's their existence, a samsaric existence, a non-reflective, unskillful existence. Now look, jogging to, let's say, a middle path kind of way, look, sometimes jogging is what is required. Maybe you have to make some compromises. I mean, being in a comfort zone the whole time is not the point, but still, you can definitely overdo jogging just like you can overdo dieting, and it ends up in an anorexia, like kind of just blasting straight past the middle path into extremist, harmful views that are self-perpetuating until we can find that awareness and optionality and directionality to bring ourselves back from these things, especially the critical mind or the validation-seeking mind. We were conditioned into that to seek social validation. This is what our educational system did. So it's unnatural, it's psychologically harmful, and it's very real on a psychological level. It's behavioralist. But it's not you, it's not yours. You can give it up. How about the people, remember when tie-dye was a fashion? People were rocking the tie-dyed shirts and pants and everything else, and then it came back, and then it goes out. Now that's actually a fashion I sort of like. I do get a chuckle every time I see people wearing it. But unfortunately, it was associated with a lot of dumb and dissolute lifestyles that didn't amount to a hill of beans, and was socially, let's say, nuanced in a way. It was some kind of group activity, some kind of group signaling that ultimately meant a whole lot of nothing or less than nothing. It turned out to be unwholesome instead. So, look, appearances can be deceptive, conditionings can be seemingly ingrained, and yet we can slip out of all of these things with right effort and right view. It just requires a new kind of conditioning or reconditioning to allow that process to happen. Well, someone came at me recently and was like, well, you're a devil worshiper, this or that, because you're not on point. And I said to him, look, it's not about that at all. First off, the devil, to him, what do you think you look like, even if you think you're important? Just try to see it through his point of view, because I think disrespecting any kind of deity is bad karma. Just think of it that way. What if he was put as the authority of this place? What then? Have you not been in positions of authority or on jobs where lives, numerous lives depended on you to be put together, even though you were getting hit from this place, that place, every place in samsara conditions with variables, the variable module. So imagine that. I have handed that to you. When you push that button and you see the variables, Dear ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, very high esteemed friends, at that point you can depersonalize things and de-escalate and return to a wholesome, ethical, moral, spiritual path. I'm the one person in a billion that said that in my time. I never wavered from it. Despite being fallible in numerous matters, I never, ever, 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 ever even thought for a millisecond to divert from that higher principle, because I understood as a scientist, a Nobel Prize winner on at least 100 times. If they could have given me a Nobel Prize every day, they would have done it. But we can be distracted with things. We can be obsessed with criticism. Why not praise instead? Why not gratitude for those who have put in so much work? The paramedics out there, they're on my side. And I'm on their side. They don't ask questions. What happened? Who did it? They don't get into that at all. They just take care of the victim of some bad causality. That's it. Nothing else goes through their mind. It's a job. It's not personal. It's about keeping out of people's business and applying medicine to the situation, skilled practice that saved that person's life. Can I get an amen? Those who were saved because the doctor was there. And the doctor was there because he did not let himself be driven crazy by Khaleesi. After seeing so many terrible, just unimaginably terrible things in Samsara. You laypersons have some compassion on people who have looked into these things. Not just your problems, but all problems everywhere. And the terror of them to provide you just 5 minutes of meditative, prayerful, meditative compose to put yourself together to save that person's life, because you did. So many lives. And they know it. And you know it, and everyone knows it, because it's about artistic expression too, going above the norm. To talk about any and everything without any even kind of hindrance. Just because one knows that it is a benefit to talk openly about any and everything in a free society that frees us from detrimental diseases, socially, economically, political, or otherwise. We can, of course, course correct. I have been in terrible storms. I was out there on coast where people said it's a death sentence. People are superstitious about the places I was at, and no one knew. And then a storm comes up. Who's at fault? My ex-girlfriends, they would have screamed at me. Are you crazy? Stop. if they were only in earshot or knew what I was doing. But it was me, man versus nature. See that depersonalization? Let's come back to Jack London. Somebody said, you mentioned Edgar Allan Poe. I want to give very honorable mention to Jack London at this point. Just stop 10 minutes. Read his stuff. It's a battle out there. Man against nature, it's impersonal. The loving, dear God that is our northern star, Brahma. Look at how rich we have it thanks to him, his compassion. That's everything good that you can possibly imagine was thanks to him, a compassionate person. This is why people build churches. Those men who built those churches, whether they were paid or not, no one knows, but look at their work. Look at that achievement. Look at that clarity. Look at that good karma, that causality. Look, Christians and Buddhists were very similar, and no one else. So it's like lights on, lights off for bad things and not being in a gray zone about good and bad. What's it, Borg? The parallel sayings of Jesus and Buddha. If you don't have that book, something's wrong with you. You did not even have the wherewithal to send me a coffee in this time. But to not buy that book and read that book and reread that book, something is fundamentally flawed as far as what you think is valuable and why. Your entire understanding of prehistory is stunted in the extreme. You're a monster of disinformation versus the truth that is so simple, so zen. I have been given 100 Katyanas. The perfection of each one is without question. And yet still, what do these honors mean? As far as leading a meaningful, wholesome, simple life that is compassionate and inspirational and patient. Because you need to have all those things together to be supernovas of civilization and civil society, wherever you find yourself. And that's why they put me in the heavenly 1,000. Thank you. Spasibo. While in a state of prayerful meditation, do take an inventory of your mind. If you have a conditioned attachment to critical mind, problematic mind, fault-finding mind, then that's what you have, but it's not a permanent condition. It's something that you can experiment with not pursuing, at least in the moment of prayerful meditation, where with full awareness, this is just the way things are. This is what's happening now. This is where the mind moment is. This is where the focus is, but you can change your focus. You can drop the critical mind, at least during these thought exercises, and you can reflect on not doing that, the potential of not doing that, and then expanding that potential so that you experience a new reality without critical mind, fault-finding mind, attachment to aversion mind. Essentially, that's what it is. If you're experiencing aversion of any kind, it's possible that the directionality of your mind has been co-opted by Mara-like forces. There is no real reason in the world why one should focus on bad things. One of the worst things about bad things is that they seem to be important. They seem to be something that needs immediate attention, or seems to be solvable in some way, and that you feel responsible for solving it, and that if you don't solve it, then this problem is just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, or cause other problems. And here we get back to engineers, right, that are on my side, right, and they know why. And other people that are in the problem-solving game, but see problem-solving to the point that it becomes so problematic that you're always thinking about problems, is a problem in and of itself that is the meta-problem. Not all problems are solvable, not even a small fraction of them in most cases. It's a postmodern conceit, or modern conceit, or conceit of the Enlightenment, that all problems can be solved. Especially problems of the human dimension. The three-brained creature, the three-brained mammalian creature, where all problems we can solve, I'm sure we can. But solving the problem by not adopting or being captured by problematic critical mind, that is a solution, friends. That is achievable and wholesome and good. See, we're also told that that's not good. That's shirking our responsibilities. And the list of responsibilities is very long. We have individual responsibilities, we have social responsibilities, we have cultural responsibilities, we have universal responsibilities. They're all lots of responsibilities that indeed are just illusory. They're just in our minds. We were conditioned in many cases to believe these things to be our problems. They're not our problems. Especially engaging with, how can we put it, malicious actors that claim to be part of the group you're in. This is sort of what national identities can devolve into. If we go back with compassion to the three-brained mammalian creature, we were built for societies of maybe 500 plus people, maybe 1,000. Let's go to let's return to Athens during its so-called golden age. 10,000 people, 20,000, something like that. These are people you work with, right? Very closely related genetically. Everyone sort of looking out for themselves. Everyone understanding it's good when there's good people proliferating and not bad people, kind of understanding, like basics. And that everyone's sort of working for the common good on some basic fundamental kind of level. Now, of course, even in families, you can see how unskillful people can be. Oh, I have to be the best, right? Sibling rivalry, what a thing that is, isn't it? Look how unskillful mammalian creatures can be. And yet when you're watching mammals, I like watching little birds sometimes, and they pop out of the shell. One of them is the greedy one. The mother bird comes back, and the biggest one in the brood snaps it right out of her beak. And the little ones, they get nothing. It's about resources on a basic level like that. Now, if a big babyist is born, and that egoic kind of me-ism, narcissism, is never checked, then you can see how that type of impudent, greedy kind of bird-like people, bird-brained people, can be out and about, taking things that don't belong to them, taking too much, thinking too highly of themselves, and so on and so forth. You might be that bird. You can stop being that bird. And if you're jammed up about other birds like that, stop being jammed up about it. It's a mammalian behavior. It's unskillful, essentially, that's all. And the causality is bad. Right? Take too much, it's not good. Take too little, also not good. Just recognize there's basic needs that you have, but the good news is they're very basic. Basic shelter is a shed where you have some peace and quiet, some autonomy, some distance from the other mammalian three-brain creatures that are just in go mode, because that's conditioning too. We Westerners, we got bashed over the head with go-ism, but not reflection, not samadhi, and certainly not sila. We got sex, drugs, and rock and roll. We did not get sila. Therefore, we did not get samadhi. And without samadhi, no panya, no wisdom. Just running around the lawnmower people. It's a new film I'm working on. It's just, it's just an autonomous lawnmower that just goes around in circles, samsaric circles, making noise, producing nothing but noise, essentially. That's what most Westerners have been conditioned into in post-industrial, postmodern, pre-neo-barbarian times. So the feeling of having a life devoid of meaning isn't necessarily wrong. It's just people don't know how to cultivate it because they have essentially been sent in the wrong direction behaviorally and en masse, like a mass kind of education system that produced that type of conditioning for a factory setting, for materialism. for utilitarianists and social Darwinists and classists, essentially extremely misguided annihilationists, a discredited philosophy since forever, since again 2,600 years of discreditation. They repackaged themselves with a bunch of pseudo-intellectual philosophers and propagandists, and then had a big go of it, called it modernity. So yeah, there's a lot of people that were given a lot of bad and wrong and misleading information, and again, conditioning that is not concomitant with wholesomeness or wisdom or mental health. It's the equivalent of telling a kid, hey, you know what, kid? You should smoke 3 packs a day. That's the way to do it. That's what success means. And all these people running around with throat cancer, at 30. Why? Why am I so unhappy? Why do I get winded when I walk up the stairs? Why am I burnt out? Like a cigarette butt that's been smashed into that ashtray and twisted, tapped out. Throwaway people with wrong skills, like the critical mind, like the Nietzschean mind. Which is not to say that critical mind is not clever. I myself imbibe in it from time to time for comedic purposes, but if you're not doing it for comedic purposes, you're really not doing it skillfully. Activate the absurdist module if you need to turbo boost yourself out of the critical mind. So directionality, reclaim it. You can notice yourself going that way, but you can also stop yourself from going further down that way. And it is conditioning. That's why most people think they're completely crazy or defective, because it just keeps coming back. That's conditioning. That's the definition of it. People hear that word, but that label, they don't understand how deep these things go, how personality forming, self-forming, these types of samsaric and misguided conditionings are. That repetition factor, like conditioned reflexes, it's the same as when you flinch, right? Somebody throws a ball in your direction, you flinch. It's unthinking reactions to different stimuli. And we got a whole bunch of social stimuli, group stimuli, group identity stimuli, and conditioning that have essentially been driven off the rails in postmodern times, co-opted by horrible forces in the world in hybrid psychological operations. Like, okay, we figured out how the system conditions its citizens, and now let's just put these hideous images and ideas in the pipeline and pass it off as trendiness, or the new thing, or the inevitable thing, or the only view you can have on these political questions. Otherwise, you're a bad person. And I recently heard one senior monk describing his inane experience at the University of Berkeley, which when he went there was considered a premier university, not so much today. Discredited today as far as the liberal arts go, at least. But at the time, it was a veritable institution. And who did he bump into? Who was his first brainwashing professor? Well, a lunatic from India that was pushing the Gandhi narrative, which was nothing but a psyop and a complete politicized lie. Gandhi was a parsimonious landlord lawyer with a public relations campaign of Russian origin, who at the time were involved in stealing atomic secrets and building thousands of nuclear bombs and totally destroying the environment. But they had their anti-British imperialist man, Gandhi, presented them like a North Korean infallible humanitarian to naive Westerners in an anti-Western countercultural psychological operation. But the U.S. won the war, World War II, so these were the baby boomers that were going to learn how to inherit the earth from essentially the flipped psychologists the world had ever seen at that point, that were just taken at face value to know what they were talking about. Very emotionalizing, moralizing, finger-wagging, programmatic, dogmatic kinds of people that didn't present themselves that way to impressionable young people, sending them essentially down the mine shaft of loony birdism that we all deal with now today by people using moralizing arguments for genocide. Genocide of their own peoples and cultures and ways of life, feeling very good and very much superior than the people not doing that, or not on board with that. So yeah, these kinds of attacks, undermining Smith's directions, they were all pretty surprising for the dumb young people that were railroaded into them at the time, who thought it was quite improbable that such things, such malicious games could be played on them in such remote places. And so the surprise factor was total. In fact, today they wouldn't admit it, most of them. Oh, well, it was harmless. I believe that story, and it didn't have any negative consequence. What? No negative consequence. Oh, denial. See, they're in the realm of delusion on that point. But that doesn't mean that they got the other things wrong, such as looking for other solutions to the so-called modern problem. It's just they didn't find it in India or from any damn Indian. Not then, not today, not in the future. But they didn't find it in Christianity, at least the form of it that was foisted off on them either. And the other religions, well, we know they're pretty predatory and not what they claim to be to outsiders, which is part of the shtick. Oh, we're good people just like you, but amongst themselves, yeah, we have a dual morality. You are not considered to be part of Group X, and therefore we can do anything to you and it's not immoral. And they have, haven't they? Asia Minor, perfect case study. They did, and how about the Balkans too, where and southern Spain, where they applied Levantine, Ottoman-like subversive strategies to the detriments of the people living there. North Africa, a wasteland, thanks to these management strategies, predatory practices, and slavery, slave-like mechanisms, social, financial, psychological, you name it. So where are we at? Well, certain Christians and Buddhists can have a wholesome religious practice, but they have to realize that that's not going to do away with these predatory and dissembling, which is to say covert, like people would lie to your face consistently to deny the things I just said, because it's a strategy. It works for them, they feel. Now, the good news is people don't have, if they were born into those systems, they can opt out of them. But if they haven't, or if it's just a pretense, then that's just what it is. So why should anyone take these things or people at face value, especially at this late stage in the game, when they're aware of delusion being the third realm and it not being wholesome, no matter what it feels like. See, and coming back to the senior monk, he said he felt at the time, because this charlatan was using very emotional kinds of techniques, that they were telling the truth. Because that's also something Westerners don't do. They won't go to that length of deception to turn on the tears or make emotional pleas if they don't really believe it, unless they are complete con men. But they somehow couldn't catch that when it was coming from far-flung places where they could not verify the facts on the ground, and we're just given misleading utopianistic kinds of stories that they swallowed like poison pills, poisoning themselves and everyone and everything they came and come into contact with. To the point now where people are having disputes if one is a man or a woman, we don't know. It's about feelings. So is that progress? No. That's not progress. That's the opposite. That's loony binism. So loony birdism to loony binism. But people who believe they're smart, like college students or people who graduate from universities that used to have a reputation, now they have a bad reputation. They have a hard time with admitting that they were conned as so-called smart people into these destructive worldviews. Which is understandable. It's not normal to disavow things one believed or felt were true, but it is the superhuman thing to do, isn't it? If one was led down that path, one need to turn around and disavow those things. It's a big world. No, we can't all get along. And no, it's not good if you have utopian ideas. It's not good. Appears to be good. I understand this is a complex thing. Like it appears, it feels good to believe these things. It's not good. Oops. So, yeah, tragic, really tragic. Just mind-bogglingly disappointing developments based on that. But it is what it is. It was what it was. And as far as the senior monk went, I would say he's probably 90% in a good place. It's just he still doesn't quite know the extent to how bad that is to be roped on utopian kinds of nonsense. But maybe next time around. I don't think whether or not he believes he's graduated or not, whether or not he believes he'll be coming back to this place, and who knows in what form. But I don't think having even a modicum of those kinds of ideas will have one leave this place or be liberated from this place forever. But let's wish all living creatures well, even especially practitioners or disseminators of even 90% goodness is still better than nothing. It's a lot better than nothing. It's just we don't get the perfect teachers that we would like. Oftentimes, although if we reflect on the life of Bhikkhu Gautama, then we can see that sometimes, at least at one time in human history, although there's rumors that there were others just as good, that, sometimes you do get the real thing. But it does take a lot of time. It takes a refinement process, a lifelong process of refinement. Now, you could say the Buddha went through an accelerated course with 6 years in the forest, sort of like St. Patrick did on the Emerald Isle. Crash course in major disappointments and their confrontation and the ascendancy that followed, but it was not assured. How many people end miserably instead? They don't make the breakthrough. They don't turn the corner. They go down in flames. In real terms and metaphysically. But maybe next time. That's the theory, at least. They get a dunking in purgatory and come back. But yeah, reclaim directionality. That's why these things are important. Also divergence, reclaim divergence. We were conditioned into groupthink. Now it's about cultivating divergence. They call it, some of these brainiacs use the term neurodivergence. See that term neuro, like, oh, well, there's a wiring that makes these people different. There they are, sect boozes, or the hardcore psychologists now have gone into neurology because it's all about realness of the brain. It's not about subjectivity. Bah humbug. Yeah, Schelling didn't seem to have that problem, but these Patagonistas really do. But let's just call it divergence, divergent thinking, individual, soul, mind, body kind of thinking that is very okay and should be pursued because it's really the only thing that matters on an individual level, does it not? Take it from the theory to the practice. Accept divergence. Accept the goodness of not thinking in terms of groups and social constructs and social problems and social responsibilities per se. It is the individual practice. Now, sila, see, morality, refining that. See, and part of that is understanding the Vinaya, the rules that the Buddha came up with, and also implementing them. That they've been established for 2,600 years, so it's not like that's questionable on any level, no matter what Patujana pops up out of a jack-in-the-box and says that's not so. Well, I like this part, but I don't like that. The practice doesn't involve listening to pedantic women on a power trip. I don't think that's modern at all. Wah, wah, wah. It really, this comedy stuff, it writes itself. I could do a skit on that. It would just be a recurring thing. Like every week I come out with a new skit based on that. People would be rolling like barrels down hills laughing so hard. But not the people that are parodied in that take themselves so dang seriously that they would be offended. Their head would explode, being laughed at by the entire world, not just today, but for all time. People could watch it, during the Christmas holidays, like once a year, this film, just to feel good again and laugh at life. Have a friendly reminder that not everyone drank the Kool-Aid. But we don't need to engage, like I said, with unskillfulness. It's any bit of it rolling around in it leaves something of it in the vicinity of your mind. And why should you engage in that kind of frivolous activity? To prove what point, again, that one is detached from annoying things? Is that how you do it? Or are there other ways? So divergence in thinking. Accept it, embrace it, it's good. The group says no, who cares? That's what we can say. So that's the Samana tradition. So that's number one. And number two, the 1 meter monastery. Look, monasteries were separate from the world. So outside the walls, people were the mammalian creatures, three-brain creatures. They were living as unskillfully as could be with predictable results. But inside the 1 meter monastery, everything was very, very, very well established, organized. There were rules. And there was enlightened administrators and everything was managed to the best of their abilities, and they did achieve superhuman results. And their pursuits were wide-ranging. Some of them were the foundational people behind all modern science and learning that some of us, not all of us, mind you, some of us have benefited from immensely. Linguists, see, every time I mention them, they all look up and point, like thumbs up, right? The 10 people in the world that might deserve that title, but there's a couple that have put in the work and were not recognized at all, outside of a few that knew the enormity of the work that they accomplished. And yet, I think Brahma or Logos would know it. And so, being in a rarefied kind of group like that might not have ever had the chance to meet each other on a mammalian level, certainly did on the level of understanding. So how was that not meaningful? But the wide way of the world, complete disdain and disregard for pursuits like that, people like that, the conditions that allow people like that to do what they do. Total disdain. But they didn't accept that. They didn't just say that that was perfectly okay. They found adaptive strategies and employed them, and we all benefited, did we not? Now, I know I said I was going to get away from the critical mind, but I feel I owe academia a little bit of attention due to my escapades in it. But the people who would take offense at what I just said, just think of a carpenter that makes stuff that breaks. And then when you confront them on that, they blow up and get emotional and call you a bad person and just go back to what you were doing. You're wrong, you're evil, and so on and so forth. Is that who you want on your construction site, building you stuff? Because they would like to have the monopoly in the business with no competition, no alternative viewpoints. It's their way or the highway. So you're on board, or like I said, you have to put up with their parification of you or people like you, or people who have divergent ways of seeing qualitative things, not just quantitative, although the quantitative is there too. It's just they suppress any information that is off narrative. Do they not? Like some bad marketing department for a nefarious company. Is that what it is? The same thing? Tell them this, even though we're doing that. Where does that happen? Am I making stuff up? Who does that? Am I making that up? On the other hand, just being cynical about everything is not being on the middle path. Not everyone does that. There's the opposite. We always focus on the bad normally, but let's shift to the good. There are good companies that don't do that. They don't work with carpenters like that. They might until they do that, and then they fire them. They don't hire them back. If someone calls and says, for a reference, hey, what about this guy? They tell them the truth. The guy was a pain in the butt, or gal. Today it's mostly gals. But there's a bunch of goons that work with these gals, and they think that they can pull off a heist like that on a civilizational level. So I wouldn't give them credit for trying, but they're definitely a phenomenon that has been noticed at this time. And not just this time. And the results have been predictable and comical and also very tragic. But this would not be purgatory if those forces were not in play. Is that not so? So that's the other problem with the Enlightenment, is that you can be blindsided by just basic stupidity, gimmicks, and ploys with a little bit of utopianism, and that's sort of what happened. People coming in with false pretenses, with a lot of cockamamie ideas and schemes, and too many people bought it at once. And it caused the kind of cultural decline that we experienced in the 30 years of infamy up until this point, with very few indicators that that's going to get turned around anytime soon. But maybe it happened yesterday and I just wasn't informed of it. But we know that the potential is there to get back to doing things right, like the good companies that exist, that do provide the service that they claim to provide without engaging in cultural pollution, toxification of the workplace, or collaborating with the dictator alliance. So let's give them a round of applause for remaining civil in these times, because that does matter. And they've done a lot of great work, and they deserve all the praise and appreciation that that implies. And I'm pretty sure they don't get it, okay? Not with the monopolizing of the culture by the aforementioned forces at this time. But should any of them hear this instead of the noise machine of disinformation that we have at this time, then I will, on the behalf of all civilized three-brained creatures, be the first to say, thank you. And to the bad, dopey, misguided people, even if it's only to 10% of your utopianist blindsidings, I offer the redemption module to you. Yeah, you can have been taken for a ride. If I sound like I am infallible to you, that is not the case. I've been taken on so many rides, I can't count them all. But see, that's why I developed the redemption module, and it works. It's about resolving not to go along with just anything. It's about appreciating the good, but appreciating it to the point that you will review whether or not what you thought was good was actually good. And if it isn't, to drop it and adapt, redesign what it was you thought was good to actually be good. Wouldn't that be goodness? For goodness sake. So that redemption module, it is open to everyone. And for those who make use of it, they are redeemed. They push the button at least once a day. And they are different. They have transformed. That's the whole point. That's the power of it. The transformative power. the redemptive power, the purifying power of it. It is real. It's subjectively real. It's spiritually real. It's real from the standpoint of personality, of lived experience, of perfectionism. It's real. But for those who hear it and don't make use of it, they think it's a gimmick. Well, that's what it is for them. It's a gimmick. It's a ploy. It's nothing. And whose fault is that? Is it mine or theirs? They had the option. They didn't make use of it. It's on them. That's the way it is. That's the way this place works. That's why the people who do make use of it are a cut above those that don't. Are they not? Can we call that supernormal? Or do they have a problem with that too? Probably. Problematic people with problems, who's surprised? I'm not. But their delusionality has some surprises in store for them, does it not? So, yeah. Don't take things too seriously here, but at the same time, don't make these kinds of big mistakes that are being made at this time. It's considered normal. It's some kind of normalization process that has gone off the rails with malicious actors and intent in play. That's just the way to look at it. And again, maybe next week, everything will change and this will just be obsolete, and I would be the first person to say that if I believed it to be true. I would say, yeah, those were some bad old days, weren't they? And isn't it so much better today? Oh wow, it's really, everything's changed. Those young people came in with no delusion about what happened. And the old people gave up all their false ideas, and it was just amazing. I would be the first person to say that if it happened. And I really will wish the future well. How about that one? Not just all living creatures. Why not wish the future well? Wish the past well. All the people in the past that might have appeared not to have redeemed themselves, maybe they did at the last moment. Wish them all well. Don't blame them. At worst, they were deceived, and we all know that that is a basic human condition. There's nothing special about that. So don't put any extras on it, and don't stoop to the level of blaming. Anyone can be deceived in this realm. Someone wrote in, what, hybrid works. Can you say a few more words? Thanks. Another thing I don't like talking about. But why not? Because it's sort of what's happening right now, isn't it? So, especially in religious organizations where you have people that are just going there, that are just trying to find some kind of place away from the toxicity of the hybrid war, which has an infiltration and subversion component to it on an institutional level. And they specifically target altruistic organizations because they like playing dress up and pretend and snowing people. The Russian Orthodox Church is defunct because of this since the revolution there in 1917, and their international has been pushing it out in all different types of religious organizations, including the Buddhist one. Now, just for historical accuracy, people need to realize that there were no Buddhist organizations in the United States, really, until relatively recently. Just for historical reasons, there was a massive genocide of Westerners in the Indian subcontinent that took place, which more or less got rid of Buddhism and replaced it with Hinduism. So keep that in mind when they're throwing colors in the air. That was the religion that supplanted Buddhism in its continent of origin. So are they the happy-go-lucky kind of people that you were led to believe? Maybe not. But of course it wasn't just them. You did have Turkish tribes and Mongolians that played a big part, just like in Asia Minor, in eliminating Western civilization from those origins of Western civilization. So they don't get, they sort of get dishonorable mention as well. And then just Levantine tribes, opportunistic ones with religious conceits of all kinds. So that's just sort of the way it is. But yeah, they infiltrated and subverted Christianity starting in the 50s, probably before then with the Anglican Church. Because let's not forget, just like the Russian Empire, the British Empire was very hostile to American interests. And indeed, the American experiment from day one, from day -1. So just because they could speak English and you could understand them, and many people came from England, the original colonists, they were not friendly with each other at all, which is why they left England. So some of it had to do with Cromwell. Some of it had to do with religious differences, different kinds of Protestantism, the 30 Years' War. This is a big topic of conversation. The Reformation, you name it. But the Soviet radical class kind of subversion that took place really in the 50s, 60s, 70s, up until this day. So that Christianity, to a large extent, is no longer recognizable as that, just sort of a Chinese version of Buddhism that they created for themselves that has nothing really to do with Buddhism. Or that's just a wrapper. They have like Mao Zedong's portrait on the wall kind of thing. So right there, that should tell you something. So any country that was Buddhist, that was taken over by Chinese communists, is illegitimate. So that includes Vietnam, Cambodia, and China itself. So ethnic Chinese pretending to be Buddhist and then wanting to be in Western Buddhist organizations. That's a red flag, isn't it? Whoa, look at that funny. Do-doom, psh. I think it's also pretty hilarious to come up with names like for Westerners to call themselves like, I'm Carl Friedrich. It's like, what? Imagine a Westerner going to China and saying, my name is Ramen Noodles. Just call me Ramen, or Xing Bao, because, you're too stupid to speak my real name. Sort of like a fake name, like they went to spy school and they like being called, my name's James Bond. I'm a real Buddhist. Just appeared here for unknown reasons. I'm not a spy, of course not. Tell me about your privilege as a Westerner. Again, so yeah, that word privilege, anyone who uses it is a member of the radical class. So if they're wearing robes, if they have a costume on, take out your Polaroid camera and take a picture because that's what you're looking at, someone who is engaging in culturally subversive activities. They're ideologues first and Buddhists far second. And they're networked internationally, so connected to the International, which is a terrorist organization with a long history. 19, when was it? When did it start? It was a Leninist idea. Was it 1919? There you go. 1919. So code red, 1919, that's what you're dealing with. So who are real Buddhists or people who could be considered Buddhists? Well, that would be South Koreans, Japanese, but of course there's qualifiers. Japanese have radical leftist groups as well. But in any case, let's just say South Koreans also have these radical groups as well. So, but let's just say their whole countries were not subverted by cultural, political terrorists, essentially. So, South Korean, Japanese, Thai, they're usually pretty okay. Now, Tibet, we know it's a problem. There are the Tibetan diaspora, but there's, increasingly people, Chinese that just say, oh yeah, I'm from Tibet, and they're on the Chinese cultural model. And just remember, attacking young people with these fake ideas and ideologies is what they do. So even if they came from Tibet or Nepal, or any of these other places where they are active, it's a dice roll whether or not they're legitimate. Now, as far as Cambodia and Vietnam go, there were refugees that are legitimate, but again, that's just like Russian refugees after the revolution, they're a mixed bag. It requires a PhD to figure that out. But yeah, some of them are legitimate. But how do you pick and choose those? So, being inclusive in a time of hybrid war is not the right strategy. It's not being inclusive. And also being pretty skeptical, but to an extent, right? You want to be fair, but at the same time, you should not be socializing with terrorists who do have an exterminationist program that they deny. They cover it with utopianism, but they just don't deliver on the utopianism. They boost up a bunch of traitors and subversives, and they have a nice life because of that if they're allowed to get away with it, until they might fall under suspicion or not do something that their handlers want them to do, and then they disappear them. So, anyway, Western Buddhism is starting to take off because it really is of Western lineage. It's a Western school. The Sakka tribe were Scythians. Scythians were more or less very closely related to Greeks. And yeah, ended up in India just for reasons. The way caravans and trading used to work back in prehistoric and ancient times, that's where they ended up. Just like Bactria was a Greek colony until it was destroyed. But yeah, modern boobs, they don't understand that at all. They don't get it, but people are starting to get it. At least people who know what they're talking about. But that doesn't change the what's happening in the world and who's legitimate and who's not. So yeah, if you do prize, what was it, the three gems of Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, then the Sangha, you don't want subversives in it, despite what they say. So yeah, and again, it's not just ethnic Chinese who are everywhere suspect, whether they be in Indonesia or Malaysia or temporarily on the North or South American continents. But yeah, you have Western appearing subversives that have played a very big role, in the 60s, 70s, and starting from that time. Because the radical class, anybody can join the radical class. They just have to predate on their own people and undermine them while claiming they're not doing that. Either they believe their BS until they can't anymore, or they just cynically do it for the lols, of which I would say 20% are that, 80% are maybe just complete boobs, which is sort of, unfortunately, a Western deficiency. Yeah, we're good people, but good people are very easy to deceive, especially with the, we're good and they're bad, we're moralizing games. Now they've flipped it, that if you're not like a perverted kind of subversive, you're a bad person. That's what they do in concentration camps or universities or in any place where they play or can play or get away with playing chicken coopism. So why you're not on board? Well, you're out, Buster. You're fired. Right? Tell everyone this person's terrible. So do you think that has a good effect on real academia, real history, veracity, cultural advancement, enlightenment? You're dead wrong, aren't you? But there's a lot of them out there. They've been emotionalized. Show them some pictures. And these people did it. Wah, 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 wah. See? Look, that 1984 book, Orwell, he got around. He was in Burma. So he did know what the British Empire was devolving into, and he knew about like the Cambridge 6. There's now like Cambridge 6,000 of them. Same type of know-it-all radical classes that threw everyone else under the bus. Airstrip 1 isn't doing very well. Isn't it strange that formerly Buddhist country, Pakistan, has a whole bunch of Pakistanis dictating terms there, which is more or less devolved into a global money laundering operation for illicit substances like Chinese-produced fentanyl or digital fentanyl. That's the radical class contribution to that genocidal effort. So yeah, I understand Buddhists want to get along with everyone, but these types of terrorists, they have their own agenda and their own method of operating, and if you take them at face value, you're part of the problem. So Buddhism will not be spreading based on their model. And it's, a war crime that Buddhism, in its current form in China, is so denuded of good sense at this time. But we can't change these things, really. Not now. We can talk about them, at least in some free countries that are left. That doesn't mean this is going to change things, but it does give you a drop of awareness what's going on right now. And so they had such success with infiltrating and subverting the Christian institution. They're now moving on to all different religions, including Buddhism, specifically in the Western version of it that is now becoming more popular thanks to Theravada Buddhism specifically, although there were some Zen practitioners and, like I said, Japanese monks get honorable mention as well as South Korean monks as well. But this is an ongoing thing. There are massive forces aligned against religion at this time. It's been devastating for civilization, Western civilization, and specifically, it's been genocidal. It's been the opposite of what religion should be, which is freedom from worldly, pathogenistic machinations. And so, just be advised, that's what we have in the room. And if you do have these people, like in your Sangha, you want to keep them out, but if they got in, you need to eject them or regroup or do something. It's not enough to just tolerate them. Because that's not a winning strategy. Well, wait, they have plausible deniability, so I guess we should just... No, they have identifiers, ideological identifiers. They claim they're not being ideological, but they are. So once they're identified, that's it. Regroup. And unfortunately, like I said, all these other different ethnicities, like if a Japanese or South Korean monk or Thai monk comes, like I said, on an exchange program type basis, that's perfectly acceptable, but within limits, right? Western Buddhist Sangha should be 99% of Westerners, and not Westerners of the radical class. So if you had these monasteries set up and they got infiltrated and subverted, they're defunct. And you just have to come to terms with that, right? Changing forms and conditions. So if that's the case, it's a tragedy, it's a war crime, but it can be remedied individually or collectively. And in some cases it might work, and in other cases it won't. And you would think, well, why would they target religion? Look, they see it as a pre-political thing. They don't want anything off narrative. And because these are essentially godless, hateful, terroristic kinds of people, they think religious people are just easy marks. And up until now, they really have had no reason to believe otherwise, especially if you look at Christianity as the genocidal example, par excellence, in the 20th century. And if you think that I'm over-exaggerating, just look at, for example, in Scandinavia, what are the numbers, like how many people consider themselves to be Christian versus in the 18th century? And then tell me I'm making up fairy tales. because it's possibly you that is in fairy tale land. Thanks to disinformation, which is something they use a lot. Well, even if it's so, it's probably a better thing. Or, well, it just went obsolete because it was no longer useful. Well, whatever they come up with. These are, public relations specialists, propagandists, lies, wrong science, sociologists, psychologists. They got whole crews of them. So that's sort of a big part of hybrid war. It's the psychological game. So, I hope that answers your question. I mean, there's so much more you could say on it, but I don't want to bum people out. I think despite these Mara-like forces, the religion has a lot of potential. Because Buddha was a genius. He was. Absolutely. Just like Mozart was a genius, Buddha was a genius. But he specifically devoted himself to psycho-spiritual practices. And absolute genius. And how long did he study? Did he teach, 2-3 years like Jesus, and then was crucified by moneyed interest? No. How long did he teach? What? Huh? Yeah, 50 plus years, dummies. Now, some of it has been reliably passed down to us. Some of it hasn't. Some of it's been partially translated. Some of it's been mistranslated. Some of it is understood. A lot of it isn't even at this time. But you do have a bunch of know-it-alls claiming that they're Buddhist or something else, but are they really that? So you need to watch also these meditation centers or whatever, these new agey kind of things. They're all crap. Again, anyone coming out of these institutes, like universities that have PhDs, and you take one look at their liberal arts department and it's trash, they're subversive elements. They're not experts. So if they're also claiming to know what meditation's all about, or haven't have anything to do with monastic orders, red light, you're looking at a charlatan. Also these gurus, charlatans. And charlatans are dangerous. Even if they have a couple of little bonbons for you, feel-goodisms, very dangerous. And very misleading. Oh, I was studying by Buddhist expert for years. What? Where did he go to college again? Oh, Stanford University Psych Babblist radical classes. What? You didn't get Buddhism, sucker? You got snowed. So that's just this time we're in where the true horror of these operations are starting to come to light. But there are profoundly deluded people that will not admit that. Very egotistical, no better than Maoists. A lot of so-called psychotherapists. Anyone having to do with psychology is suspect. Oh, I went and I got therapy. What kind of therapy did you get? What? You probably got some normalization program. Like, sure, the way you're living is very unskillful, but let me teach you how to normalize that in your head. You need some drugs too? Okay, let's do that. That's not what the Buddha was talking about. See, what he was talking about doesn't really mix with what they're talking about. But they don't see that. They just take the parts that they want and also imperfectly understand. And that's just the state of Patugianism at this time. It wasn't very different in ancient India, which went the way of the dodo bird. Now you have a hot plate of curry sauce that you get to put under your nose. And you walk around those parts that are way overpopulated and have no plan on getting that train under control, because they're throwing colored chalk in the air and dancing around like there's no tomorrow. So if you think that's where love gets you, you might be right, but what's love got to do with it? Was Tina Turner a Buddhist? Oh, God. See, comedy routine. Come on, people. I was thinking the other day, like, yeah, okay, I could get a job. Could start earning that money. But just think of how many laughs I've provided for people who haven't sent me one damn coffee yet. Because they're so damn broke. And yet, if they laughed one time due to my routine, who's ahead in the exchange? So, not blaming anyone for your own mistakes. Please have the dignity, civility, and respect. Just something somewhere that keeps you from doing that. But sometimes it can happen because you get really emotional about things, but a week later you can disavow yourself from such foolishness, can you not? But if you could do it within 5 mind moments, how much better and skillful for you? Believe it? Disbelieve it? What do you think? It's not just theory, it's practice. My fists move so fast that someone comes up to dodge, but they're much too slow. So they went KO. But that wasn't because I precipitated some foolishness. They attempted some foolishness. Out of the blue, for no reason other than the 3 realms. So, if we do look at the Taoist perspective of good and evil, what is changing forms and conditions in that case versus the common, normal, subnormal story, where the opposite happens? The good dude gets sucker punched and knocked out. Damn, where's the Hollywood ending on that one? Where is it? Everyone wants it. Why isn't it there in real life all the time? But still, let us not lose perspective. Yeah, these things can jam someone up so much that they're wrestling with themselves about these matters, and that's the strongest component. That's the shadow, that's Nigredo. But see it as a challenge, as an opportunity for a fortunate human life. It is better than hell. Admit it. And take this opportunity to listen to the venerable teachers, but certainly not all of them that don't deserve that title, but the ones that do. The word was invented for them, and the world does not do them justice. So do differentiate in these matters and do not be unskillful with speech or thought or mind or any action or infraction that could bring about catastrophe, total catastrophe, just based on perhaps even ignorance, unskillfulness in general. So reflect on these matters deeply, and if self is standing in the way of civility, well, let that self go. All those people in Los Angeles, they had to let everything they ever owned go. Whatever they built up in this entire life, just go. Not because anyone said so, but just because of changing forms and conditions. That's it, pure neutrality. It's your variables, how much you invested in those illusions, friends. Can you not admit it now? You live in the city of angels, and you cannot admit that truth. Where do you think you arrived to with a name like that, without accepting truths like that, changing forms of condition? Pure neutrality. You're now light as a feather. You're homeless. Isn't that wonderful? See it from a different perspective, damn it. I'm talking to the people most invested in that BS called materialism. You're free now, fools. Don't be in a place called that place if you can't take truths like that. I would never have moved there and behaved so poorly. But look what fools do, and then look what foolish things happen, and then look how foolishly it is managed. That's not good karma. That's not what a tasty peach tastes like that's been perfectly cultivated. Just that magical kind of impact you get at almost just slightly overripe, but you pick it directly, versus an entirely burnt out shell of nothing. The unimaginable waste that negligence can cause in the blink of an eye, dear brothers and sisters. Give yourself some time and patience, or whatever it takes day by day to understand these things. And so the burning down of Los Angeles is not just a national emergency. It's a national catastrophe. But a national catastrophe precipitates a national response, does it not? So let us not lose hope. Let us not lose the vision. Let us remember even Buck Rogers, if that's what gives us a laugh right now, that was the future they wanted for us and not what we got. God bless each and every one of you. Many lessons bear repeating. One of them is the metaphor or the story. Let's say the story, it's so much more relatable. The myth of the man that went out on a boat, and he had really put a lot of effort into it, and it was really perfect. And he was really looking forward to the serenity of the lake. And the day, it was perfect weather. So his expectations were both super normally high and also very realistic. Why wouldn't things go perfectly well for him in purgatory, he thought. Well, 5 minutes into his blissful serene, wonderful adventure. What happens? A dude on a jet ski comes out of nowhere, flying like hell, and rams the back of his very immaculate, detailed, designed boat, to the point where it was a life-threatening situation for both parties. It could have been a lot worse. Now imagine that man's justifiable rage, his outrage. And just imagine how angry you could be if you were really outcome dependent on having a great time all the time. And then imagine how frustrated, angry, accusatory, filled with blame he was. The man came, he wasn't paying attention, he wasn't driving correctly. He was being irresponsible. These are all the things that jumped straight into his mind. The moment it happened, he assumed the worst. He manifested the worst. From a perfectionist point of view, it was totally optional. See, if he had only seen it as random forms and conditions, it wouldn't have been a problem. It can happen out there. It does. Sometimes it's unintentional, sometimes it's intentional. Sometimes it's a combination of the two. Sometimes people are just plain crazy, or in this case, there was a mechanical malfunction, and the driver of the jet ski managed at the last minute to steer it off course and ended up dying. But the people who saw it on camera were able to determine that by him swerving, he saved your life, and it led to his own demise. So how does the perspective look now that he knows all of the real information? Does he feel foolish? Does he feel regret? Does he question his own sanity? All of those things. But mammalian creatures need not be so confused if they understand that this is just a realm of changing forms and conditions, full stop. Your variables, they can be extreme, they can be less extreme. That's why they're called variables. Your variables, they're not special. It's narcissistic conceit that makes you think that. That's part of self. That is the self in a nutshell. Some people, the big babyist among you, they have all self and no optionality. Practitioners, they have all optionality and no self, or degrees between the two. It's a gray zone, ain't it? People like to make these ridiculous extreme comparisons and then say, oh, this is malarkey. No, it's a gray zone. If you just think 2 degrees into the direction that I've just outlined, you're a different person. It might not seem like much in the beginning, but in 180 days, you're going in or less, you're going the opposite direction that you were. You were on the angry, delusional, greedy path. Now you're not so much all the time, at least 2 days of the week, or maybe more, 5 days. Instead of 2 days, you don't engage in things you know are unskillful, especially of the psychological kind. And that can be any kilesa at any time. How about this seasonal kilesas in the summer? There's a lot more greed and attraction going on, and desire going on. And in the winter, there's more aversion. You're stuck with what you have. Things are scarce. Can't go outside. It's cold. It's rainy. Right? Changing forms and conditions. You didn't notice that it does affect your behavior, your mood, your outlook, your perspective on life, perspectionality itself. If you've adopted a doomerist point of view, pessimism, you're just doing yourself harm. unnecessary harm. You're putting extras on top of, let's say, uncomfortable truths. But why let them dictate the terms of your life when there's other perspectives out there? Like, hey, this is a wonderful, wonderful gift to be born as a human, because we have the capability of turning things around, as I just described. Oh, the next day, the man went out on a boat. He was a little apprehensive, but he said, surely nothing will happen this time. His expectations were realistically high. No one would say he was crazy for thinking that. All things considered, especially after it was so difficult and so unexpectedly, comically, tragically, horribly wrong the last time, surely it can't be that way this time, he assumed, in purgatory. Well, would you believe it? He's 5 minutes in, a wind gust picks up. All of a sudden, boom, 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 he hears his boat getting hit again. He turns around. It's a boat, but there's no one in it. The wind must have ripped it from its moorings. It was an abandoned boat. It was the wind. Is he going to get angry at the wind now? It was the wind's fault? God's fault? Some people go that far. But if you can see that insight right now, why you should not be upset, of course you wouldn't be upset if that happened. See, people say that, but they don't see the two and two together with their variables, because their self is blocking them. It's saying, no, this is really important, delusionally so. That's why I'm going to hold this grudge. That's why I'm going to get angry about this. How about this? I'm not popular enough. Now, me, I'm a world celebrity, like rock star legend, okay? But that doesn't mean one stays popular, right? There's fads, like people, for a time, there was rock music, like the band Cream. They redefined, the rock music for a time, and then it fell out of fashion. It doesn't matter how accomplished they were. Now, some people are like, well, it never fell out of fashion for me. Well, that might be so. But these things should not be defining anyway. Oh, you have a certain attraction for certain good or bad things. Why should that define you? What is it about the self that gets in the way? And then, of course, it's like some kind of goal net. You have to keep hitting pucks into it in order to feel like you're winning a game or something. You've quantified achievement, not just in material terms, but social terms as well. Yeah, I got, Joe, yesterday I looked at this comment, I got 10,000 likes. Can you believe that? How many likes did you get in your life? Oh, maybe not, never one? I guess I'm like amazing and you're a zero. Is that how we're gonna do it? Like, what? It does not matter what happens on screens. We just think they do because we're misguided at times. If the self doesn't matter, self-image doesn't either. But on the other hand, don't get a reputation for doing bad things, because that's bad karma. That's the point. That's why faith is important, but you should have a faith that is congruent. We always look at these exceptional people where they were just pretending the whole time, but that is cynical and ridiculous. The whole art and science of the practice is so that there is a congruence between good deeds and good thinking, and essentially being a good person, because that's what a good person does. Doesn't just claim they're doing the good thing. they deliver the good thing. If that means jokes to a bunch of galley slaves that do appreciate gallows humor because that's all they have in life right now, then so be it. That's my audience. They're laughing their butts off, aren't they? Sometimes, most of the time, they're as glum as can be. And that's realistic too. Look, we need to readjust our expectations on life. And if you think it's a grind, it really isn't. Just change your mind about that. And 1/18th optionality means, yeah, you do have hairline fissures in these things, all these problems that you might think are scalable, right? That you can't win them or overcome them. That's just perfectionist too. But again, don't set up goals that are unskillful. Like, yeah, certainly Miss Universe should be my girlfriend. Why? Like, why you? Let her and her team of people figure out who would be best for her. And let's wish them all very well, that all happens very well for them, because why would we not want that for them? They look good, they act good, right? They are good. But of course, these things, you see people want things that they think they should have, when in fact, they really don't deserve them. So we see this tendency in barbaric times, such as today. But they've always been around, it's just they haven't been this organized. This undermining and determined in all different places that never would have been exposed before. So yeah, that's terrible. It's a terrible change of events. But we can turn, it's like a season at the beach where you have greenheads. You just have to take different precautions. It's changing forms and conditions. The beach is not bad because of a couple of seasons of greenheads. Now, your adaptation to those realities might be bad in that they are insufficient. And one could say you're a very bad person for doing that, but who's suffering under those bad conditions if you don't make adequate or indeed bad preparations? Well, it's you, sucker. And so is it with all these different types of people and groups that have adopted horrible, misguided, and sadistic kinds of viewpoints, opinions, or what have you. But why should they determine anything at all for any people anywhere that don't feel like opting into systems like that? What, they're going to force them to what? Join some type of a masochistic kind of arrangement? Why would someone do that? Perhaps they've overestimated what they bring to the table. Because being a good person does not make that a prerequisite for interacting with said groups or people or affiliates of those groups. Sellouts to those groups. Just like lobbyists, lobbyists, not all of them are good. In fact, all of them are bad, pretty much. Although I'll say 10% might be legit. 90% aren't. Why hasn't that been remedied? Well, they didn't have the will. Like people, like putting out a fire. Our fire department didn't have the will to put it out. They said the little engine that couldn't come up with some words that would keep that from continuing as a shameful practice and very negatively, causally kind of linked process. essentially people paying them for bad positions and them just making a business deal. Hey, that makes sense for me. Then they're behind it, and then we get the results of that. The majority of us, 99 point, everyone that didn't take the deal. Oh yeah, and the people who paid them peanuts for it. So you want to talk about bad politics? Yeah, that's what it looks like. But you can bring that down from a social to the individual level. See, as above, so below. So don't do that to yourself. Don't be your chief executive officer that screws yourself over, makes yourself mad delusionally, and wanting too much and being averse to all this other stuff. Because it's bad for you, it's bad for the company, bad for the world. Because it's bad causality, it's that neutral. There's no wanting more of what you have. It's you learning to want less. And if that means that we have a game that's been philosophically captured, we have to rewrite the rules. Yeah, no, okay, we get it. If people employ this strategy, they can monopolize everything. But that is not a desirable outcome, and so bing, bang, boom. Imagine it's like 5 paragraphs on one page. This, and this is not legal after this date, 1st of February 2025. You do it, you can be fined or go to jail. That's it. End of story. That business is over. They can do it with what? CDs, right? You still try to bootleg a CD. That business ain't going nowhere. So why does the lobbying business seem to flourish in times of terrible mismanagement? All across the board, health is part of it, mental health another part of it. Rights in the workplace, safety in the workplace, right? Protections and care for the workers, and all of that. Like, we don't have to cut it up into little fragments so that it doesn't make any sense. It's better to combine the parts that make sense and then go from there, doesn't it? Isn't that what good politics does versus all these splinter groups of know-it-alls and blowhards? That don't lead to harmonious situations, but they claim that they're the experts that you can't dismiss because they're standing in what rooms again? Who gives a damn about them? Which brings me back to this disinformation wing. We have people just talking heads. They can say the most ridiculous things and lies. Just replace them out. And yeah, that was their business. Who put them up to it? Yeah, the whole shebang needs to be redone. Nobody from that legacy is good, that it played any part in that. Like, who's good? If it was a team effort. And that's the way you need to see these companies. It's a team effort. They adopt a bad strategy. They're not a team player. So how do you deal with not a team player versus someone who's violated the fundamental ethics of being a team player? How do you deal with that in business? See, that's why the business community, it never left my side. It's always been on my side. It is my side. Because in business, you do have to make all different types of decisions, and that comes up a lot. You wouldn't think so in civilized societies, but there are some really irresponsible people that think or thought they should get into business, and they made a mess of it. So those that survive 10, 20, 30 years dealing with such people, that they are veterans of reality. And they've been through a lot more than some people would even come close to experiencing. And in lifetimes, thousands and thousands and thousands, yojanas of lifetime. But the know-it-all crowd, they despise voices like this one. But why? Well, because they're wrong and they just won't admit it. That's the opposition. But do put yourself in a position that if their dumb scheme goes bye-bye, is that you're not the one holding the bag. That's a very outcome-independent position to take, is it not? Is it not necessary to take positions like that, no matter who the person might be or what claims they might have on your assets or way you do things and so on and so forth? Isn't that a perspective at the end of the day? So what keeps us all working together? Well, it's common ethics and values and dignities, civilities and respect. And how we get there is really left up to us, but we should not put constraints on wholesome activity. But at the same time, not be naive about the people who are deluded about being a part of that conversation when they have not put in the inner work to be there. The Gorgievian module, oh man, isn't that a fun one to push every once in a while? See, some people were like, all this talk about purgatory, you're beating a dead horse. Well, Gurdjieff did not see purgatory as a dead horse. He put extras on top. He let his imaginative powers fly even further than Dante's. Dante's imagination was stayed by comparison, and he also didn't let his observations be oversimplified or mischaracterized into sour grapes or moralizing or finger wagging or admonishment. No, he just took it to the extremes. He turned it into fantastical kinds of imaginings to set your mind free in purgatory, because it can be freed in purgatory to explore all the different aspects of it, not just the comedic parts, but that is a part, but just the imaginings and the theories behind it. For example, if we develop the theories of a multiverse where we have beings coming from cold planets, hot planets, pockets of the universe that may have deserved to be here for recycling or refinement or destructive purposes. That this is a dynamic place, like a bus stop, right? A cosmic bus stop. You never know who's going to roll in. Lots of good people, saints, travelers, philosophers, criminals, delusional, subnormal maniacs, you name it. They're all sort of bustling around and changing forms and conditions. Anything can happen. So, yeah, wise people, they do take purgatorially mitigating kinds of philosophical strategies, but once you do that, you can still let your imagination run wild with a new contextuality, such as we're in purgatory. Damn, like, and these beings, these three-brained creatures, some of them are coming from some type of crevice in the universe, and they're not coming back here, but they have sort of a simplistic approach to metaphysics, and that gives them certain worldly and even, dare I say, moral-like advantages for a short period of time until that negative causality catches up to them. If not in this life, although that happens all the time. Let's just take a simple instance. The braggart that thinks he's the toughest person on earth happens one day to get in a scuffle with two highly trained kinds of mixed martial artists and gets his jaw almost knocked off his face. And either dies or gets medical treatment, but you see all that pain and suffering could have been avoided if he didn't have the delusionality or the ill will to begin with. But it's not normal to cultivate that out. It's not normal to adopt training. It's not normal to adopt right view and right effort, or right effort first and right view second. You need to apply right effort to get right view, don't you? Because the normal or subnormal view is pretty normal in terribly misguided disinformational times such as neo-barbarianism, the neo-barbaric age that we're in, on top of being in purgatory. Although, Dante's time was not civilized. We tend to think that, Latin, and he was a very erudite voice, but he was exceptional. That's the point, exceptional. How many Dantes have we had since then? Let me count on my hand. It's like, who knows? One, two, three. At least ones we know about. Now that they took over publishing and social media, they don't want Dantes. They don't boost Dantes. We don't have an intellectual culture. We have an anti-intellectual one. So, Orwell's vision of basically movies that have just a big butt farting and defecating is sort of here. It's arrived. So, watch them with their little, they're deaf, like I said, the mime deaf kind of interpreters, your politicians, if they have one of those, that's sort of the equivalent of that. In metaphorical terms. So it's here, it's arrived. It's been here. Now, of course, certain intellectuals that were alive at the time know, okay, there were these major wars and these awful interests that entrenched themselves and sort of orchestrated, made it happen, that accelerated this process. But the world is always on shaky foundations as far as superhuman morality and development and progress go, isn't it? So, isn't that super normal? Isn't that exceptional? Just looking back in what history we know, not the alternative histories and fake narratives that are prevalent today, that were allowed to proliferate under some of the worst management the world has ever seen, at least in modern times. Oh, really? So it's funny. In fact, it's quite amusing, but it's also pretty fascinating to activate the Gurdjieff module and just try to understand, what crevices of the universe did these creatures come from that are subnormally boosted up in our time that will never come back to this realm. I mean, it's sort of like you could get into cosmic, sunspot theory. Before, people didn't know that the sun was sending out electromagnetic pulses at times based on the explosions that were happening, and that there's also even cyclical periods, like every 7 years there's more solar flares than normal kind of thing. So we must have got splashed with some kind of universal causality that sent these beings to this place at this time. You see those types of theory get on the Philip K. Dick level of Gurdjieffian postulation as far as where these kinds of alien creatures might originate from that caused all of this pernicious socioeconomic and psychological destruction in our time. So, and don't just limit it to Earth history. I think that's sort of a cop-out, like purgatorial history. Like, well, this is because of, the Gnostic or Gnostic theories. Like, that's sort of a cop-out. But I think that is sort of a pointer, at least. It's a potential pointer in postulating the hypothesis for how we got these things in our time, like this strange combination of good and bad things, major breakthroughs and developments and insights on the one hand, and the reversal of that in other areas. I think it is tied with globalism in a way, like the breakdown of these national barriers, the infiltration of subversive and hostile groups, and the covert activities of these groups, like pretending to be one thing and being the opposite of that. So like reading a mark kind of strategy that they employed, like, okay, what do they believe really? They think that? Okay, let's pretend to be that, and then let's do this instead, kind of machinations and strategizings and things that they did, specifically targeting women and children. I think was sort of a new development that accelerated neo-barbarianism in the so-called modern age. Like, oh no, so certainly people wouldn't do that. Not psychologists or sociologists or anthropologists. They wouldn't stoop to the level of alternative history like in the Soviet Union and Marxist-Leninists decided to do. They wouldn't do that. What? Keep the people in the dark, please. Don't turn on a light bulb and see what actually happened. Connecting those dots, because that would be super normal, wouldn't it? Superhuman. It doesn't exist. No, they claim it doesn't exist. So, but yeah, also postulating about the mechanism itself, the filtering and refinement mechanism that, again, not just Gurdjieff pointed out, but the Buddha himself. Like, he had all different types of theories as well. Now, because as a Patujana, you did not read every single syllable of the Tripitaka in a language you understand, you are not up on these theories, but they would be helpful to someone that is looking to update, their theoretical GPS on a universal kind of level. But be that as it may, let's just get back to the simple basics, that this place is a place of elimination and refinement and repetition, but also ascendancy, and also redemption, and also getting past its gravitational hold, which is to say the potential of ultimate liberation into the multi-dimensions. What a promise that is. Not just a promise, I think it's a plausible theory. But if we then run the numbers, and we consider Buddha one of them, and maybe a handful of other people, then we see that because of unskillful practice and just normalcy and subnormal tendencies, and then maybe these universal variables as well, that we're talking about a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of humanity that actually attains that, at least in the lifetime that or their last lifetime, right? Non-returners. I mean, just run the numbers. I'm willing to say it's like 0.0001% of the population, maybe. Which also goes beyond the concept of a philosopher king. This is sort of a universal kind of being or traveler. Because let's also reflect on the relationship that the Devas had with Buddha and with Brahma had with Buddha. So the Buddha was considered something just unbelievably exceptional, like a piece of frozen lightning or something, like a seventh wonder of the world, that even the universal beings would very much like to interact with. Because although the human realm is considered fortunate, it is considered absolutely exceptional to be a non-returner. And of course, when we look at these religious Puthujjanas, they sometimes think they're that, but they're not that. Right? That's pretty tragic. But on the other hand, they could at least pat themselves on the back if they haven't engaged in genocidal kinds of ideological activities or lack of right effort or right view, that they might actually be closer to attaining ultimate liberation at some point soon, maybe the next 7 lives, right? That's pretty damn close. That's pretty good. That is, in a way, a booby prize, but on the other hand, it's better than being sent to the hell realms permanently. Or eugenistically, right? We can't really say permanent, but eugenistically, that's a mind-blowing kind of long time that very foolish beings are definitely going to experience in the bardos to come, based on their utterly horrifying kinds of subnormal tendencies that they developed in purgatory. So on the one hand, I don't want to be the carrot and stick thing, because I'm not selling you a book, right? I'm just, with the Gorgivian module, which was free, I haven't yet stocked my library with very pricey collector's items, i.e. his books. But I have read very many and listened to very many of them. So, but how much did I pay for that? Well, how much did I put into right effort and right view to get there, and right patience to go through it to attain certain insights? That's all up for debate. It's really not a quid pro quo, as the Puthujjanas like to think everything to be. But gratitude is something that he cultivated, and you can cultivate too. And so it's sort of a learning experience, isn't it, for three-brained creatures? Or at least it can be, if one is not hindered, blocked, frozen in kilesa-like or just granite-like hindrances that block the path of most creatures in this dimension. Is that not so? Oh, that's not me. Big buzzer. A door, trap door opens up. Next. Oh, my movie. How about a movie about purgatory? I think, how about the first Beetlejuice? See, they wreck every film. But I think the first Beetlejuice was sort of, they made fun of it, used some perspectives on how misguided, materialistic kind of people were, and the hell realms and the confluence of these multiversal sort of forces. But it is like that, really. It's a parody, but it's pretty close in different ways sometimes. Is it not? Come on, watch that movie again. But my movie would be, I would say, sort of, I think Kafka-esque, yeah. You could say that. But he wasn't definitive on the matter. He was just someone that had a few views, a few looks into where the tendency of the places he was and the people he was interacting with, where they were sort of heading or were mentally, spiritually. And on the one hand, he wanted to break out of that gravitational field, but I have a feeling that sadly he did not accomplish that goal. But maybe he'll get a second chance, or maybe he did. But let's hope he did. But some people stare these things in the face and they just keep heading there. And but being a true witness, we have to give him some mensch points on that one, or at least telling the truth in an indirect way. But that's the whole thing. These types of truths are all indirect. And instead of cursing that fact, playfully experimenting with it, perspectionally, can be rather enlightening, but it can also be rather terrifying. So, pondering causality, karma, and this realm, all of that, it can be wholesome activity, but it's not for everyone. A lot of people just get caught up on the bad things, right? Slowing down at the accident on the highway, we just, or the three brain creatures just cannot look away, cannot drive straight ahead. They have to look at the bad things. That's the attractive quality that aversion has. But once you see it, you can say, Mara, I see you. Poof. And the costume disappears, and there's the hideousness of it, the misguidedness of it. Oh no. Oh no. Yet again. Fooled yet again for an instant, but I caught it within 5 mind moments. Whew. Looking away, don't need to look at that. These bodies, they decompose and they go away, but what does it matter if there's a mound of them right there? Like, do I need to experience that lesson just because purgatory presented it to me, or can I look away, even in my memories from that? Where am I now? Look at this, I'm surrounded by tropical islands. A parrot just flew across the inlet as the sun is setting, and the whole lighting has changed to this magical kind of hue. Why would my mind go there? Attracted by aversion. God, would that be a song? See, that's a song you could put up. I was attracted to aversion. Yeah, I mean, it's just how we're built, but you can excuse yourself and stop doing it. See, I would like to think that Kafka got out of it, got out of that bad habit, like smoking 6 packs a day, or drinking multiple 6 packs a day. I would hope he would kick that habit before this bardo ended for him, but we can only speculate. But that's the whole point. Speculating in purgatory is the place that literary kind of people can be. Activate the literary module. Boom. You see, all of a sudden we can have fun with these things instead of denunciations, accusations, angerings, ill willings, aversions. We don't have to go that way. We can playfully experiment, perspectionistically. And perhaps entertainingly. People are entertained, they're gripped, they want to hear more. It's like, wow, this is so fascinating. It's so free, it's so liberating, it's so amazing, so charismatic, so alive. See, and then it activates the greed module. I want more. Why didn't he write more books? Why? Or why, when I read the books, why aren't I as insightful? Why? Why, when I write anything, it just comes out as a complete waste of paper? Why? See? That's where greed will get you. Disappointment, right? Can't ever get enough of the good stuff. That 99% pure stuff can't get enough. Sell the house, break the bank, still can't get enough. That's what it is to be a hungry ghost. So don't go that way. Right? It's about the middle path. But still, the fascination, the profundity of it, it does catch people up in it. They once they experience the Gurdjieff module, they don't go back to instant coffee necessarily unless they have to. In some kind of plastic cup. Can you just abstain? Can you abstain from normal views and opinions just for 5 minutes? Is that what a book or an essay or some type of different perspective can give a three-brain creature? A download like that? How valuable. How can you put a price tag on that, Patooge? But they do. That's why some of them have first edition Gurdjieffian books in their libraries. They do. Just because they can. Just because they knew. That's why. But that's not terrible. There's other things that someone could do that would be much more misguided than that. Isn't that so? And yet, if you were to push it underneath the nose of your common, normal, and dare I say, radically subnormal kinds of apparitions that one can meet on a regular basis at this time, well, that's at best a doorstop or something icky, or it's dusty, or it's a block of something that if they open it, they have to take time to read things. And why would they do that when they're living such important lives, and so on and so forth? But dare I say, there are a few collectors of fine things, and they do appreciate some of those things. And the two kinds of people need not mix at all. Like, not at all. Like, oh, you're one of the... Bye, right? Like, you're just a caricature. You're something that's conjured up. It's now... It's blown away. Who cares? Gravel on freshly paved asphalt that just came out of nowhere. Take out a broom, it's gone, and now you're back to smooth sailing, right? Smooth runnings. So don't just see the downsides of purgatorial perspectionisms. There's a lot of theory that can be experimented with as far as postulating where these kinds of creatures came from, and also where they're going, right? Which is not to say one has the conceit that one is fully liberated either, but one can at least conclude that the other sides of the theory not being liberated and where that leads is most likely true. It's very plausible after a while if you aren't deluded. But you see how this topsy-turvy world makes it look like that's the delusion? When that's not real, let's say. Security, remove this man from my office, thank you. You were saying? So, we have the potential to construct inner worlds within this world. And we should never lose sight of that. Someone wrote in, it's like, karma, man, doesn't that sound like New Age spiritualism? Thank you. Well, yeah, I have to explain this to my Eastern brothers that are incredulous when I tell them this, but Westerners, because they were introduced to Buddhism via charlatans mostly, that were also New Agey and countercultural, and as we know, that is about as toxic and misguided as one could possibly be, that, yeah, they adopted a bunch of things, little trendy words, like also Nirvana, the band that took that, and then, I mean, some people think they had some good songs. Well, you know, in retrospect, that probably wasn't the right name, because one could possibly be misled by things like that. So, you see, karma, if that word is too toxic and misleading in Western circles, then I always direct them to the word causality. See, that's ice cold. That is scientific. And that's why scientists are on my side, or not just my side, on the side of Buddhism, because it can be viewed in a purely neutral, clinical kind of way, but of course we don't really get total closure on these matters because we're talking about metaphysics. See, that's where we leave half of the scientists behind. The annihilationists and secularists, right? Or as I like to call them, sect-boozists, that have the conceit that, yeah, religion is malarkey. What? Then they revert to annihilationism, and the Buddha was already debating those fools in the Tripitaka. So it's been discredited since that time. But, you know, scientists are split. I'm sort of too smart for my pants kind of people. But yeah, causality or karma, either one, they're interchangeable, although karma is more the Sanskrit, whereas kama is the softer version. I sort of prefer kama myself, although that could be mistaken with comma, like period, semicolon, and comma, right? So, you know, Westerners, they have so much to deal with. They have so much on their plate. Even their terms are screwy. Why did charlatans have to be the first adopters? Why? Yeah, well, it's historical. But getting back to the theory, which is, again, bad karma is sort of where the superstitious, ignorant, pituginistic, kind of flippy, superficial Westerner remains as far as the depth of the meaning of the word for them goes, which is probably helpful in a small degree to keep people from doing bad things. Like, hey, you know what, just throwing trash out the window, that's sort of bad karma for you. Because just think, like, how it sort of wrecks people's moods that you don't know, and that will be attributed to you, kind of thing. Or, screwing up children and them having terrible lives because of that. Now, of course, that's overdone in psychotherapy. But the principle is true. You mess up kids that didn't know any better, and they have bad lives and affect people terribly going forward. Massive amounts of metaphysical, see this, so I leave the materialist, metaphysical bad causality, although there's a crossover, like societies falling apart, being exterminated, right? Wars happening, unexpected to the downside kinds of things happening when you do bad deeds. Going into, here we go, we lose the materialist again, into the infinity of the bardos. That means after you die, like there's a whole complex sensitivity to those matters in real Buddhism versus the fake version of it. The Chinese version, the Marxist version, the trendy version, I do a little yoga, and oh yeah, I love Buddhism, kind of crowd. Okay? So that part should terrify you. Like all the aspects of hellfire preaching don't even come close to the horrors that can imply should you do some truly bad things. Okay? That's there. But I always like to point people, after pointing that out, to the other side of the coin, good karma via merit. That means you do not need recognition. In fact, if you go unrecognized, like the Zen Buddhists have also adopted this and incorporated into Zazen as well. But through meritorious deeds, even the smallest kinds, all of them are little lottery tickets with potential big upsides that were unexpected. Like buying penny stocks, like buying, Coca-Cola when it first came out. Like, I like this drink. What's their stock trading at? 10 cents? All right. I'll throw 10,000 into it in like 1930, when was it? 1920, or let's say 31, after the crash, right? Where people were off on it. 50 years later, you're a millionaire, man. You're absolutely rock solid rich. That's the metaphor for karma. Like being aware, like, hey, you know what? This is sort of undervalued or under-recognized, and it's sort of needed. And so I'm going to do it, and I'm doing it just for that merit, that karmic causal merit, period. No, nothing else, nothing. Like, I'm not saying it's like being greedy. It's just a metaphysical strategy. Okay? Now, of course, when you get to the more common and vulgar Patujanas of the East, they sort of focus on that a lot. Like, they live bad lives, essentially. But then on top of that, they're greedy. They're like, well, I'm going to game the system. I'm going to cancel out my bad deeds with these deeds. Now, look, I'm not knocking that game, but it is Patujanistic, a Patujanistic way of thinking. They also sort of overemphasize, they want those payouts on the merit they put in. They want that also this side of the bardos. Right? They sort of do want recognition or even material gain or even if it's just feeling good, they really do prefer that side of it. But on the other hand, okay, you're not going to get super normalcy per definition does not include the majority of humanity, does it? So someone who brings, for example, an elaborate floral kind of expression to the right place at the right time, in the right way, or receives a guest in a right way, or perhaps does certain venerable people certain favors at certain times that really cost them nothing, but they were aware enough to be there and get that merit. That's that's very clever of them. It's very clever of them. They're looking for new ways to be clever, and some of them have been very clever, and they have been very well rewarded for that. More rewarded in the bardos than people might think, that are oblivious to the matter of merit. So I want to bring everyone, all Westerners, up to speed on that. These little acts of merit, don't discount them. It's not malarkey, okay? It really isn't. And if you think of some people, like in history, people that, for example, medics in wartime situations, people that really went above and beyond and just were saving people's lives or reducing suffering or doing good things for people over and over and over again. There's different theories about these people. Now, some people, even on this side, would call them saints, and they wouldn't be necessarily wrong. But they don't, the good karma or good causality of that does not end with their deaths in this bardo. That's the whole point for some people. And that's where we almost get into, now no one can say for certain, but put the potential for even Deva-like kinds of existences after death may be possible. That's sort of a theory that is left open-end. Or the Brahma realms even. Okay? So, and there we do see a correspondence with the gobbledygook Christian theological patchwork. Heaven, yeah, heaven, heavenly realms, that's how you get into it. And there's a little bridge from Christianity. Doing good deeds gets you into heaven. See? They do have that. At least the old-timey ones did before it died out, due to roids, religious operators in disguise, and a Patuchinistic culture and hostile forces in the world. That was sort of inferred or implied, but then, of course, we had that academic Nietzschean kind of critical cultures. Oh, that's all BS. They're tricking people. It's opium. They're selling opium. Which, look, perhaps an aspect of it might look. Christianity really was flawed once the second it became a state religion. You have worldly influences. Constantine, come on, people know a lot more about him. He wasn't perfect, okay? And the implementation of organized religion really is never perfect. But it devolving into essentially some type of misguided property, global management. I don't know if anybody saw that coming in the beginning, right? But in any case, the theology via the Protestant bridge or the Eckhart module is still sort of open to interpretation, so it's not all useless. But it's about right practice, right effort, and right view, and not getting caught up in the nama rupa, the names and the labels, right? yeah, that's sort of the observation that if I haven't harped on it enough, I want to bring back to people's attention. Those little acts of merit, those little meritorious deeds, don't underestimate them. And in fact, develop strategies and tactics so that you can be on the winning side by being able to accumulate those things. But of course, doing so critically, because in our blasted time, we've had all different types of causes popped out of a can that are in fact the opposite of good, but are marketed as good. And so if dumb people think they're being meritorious by engaging in those things, they're in for a bad surprise, une surprise. Right? Why am I being put in the furnace? Why? I was doing this, and I was working for a charity that didn't do anything. Kind of situation, right? I was helping these people that didn't end up helping the world, and so why shouldn't I get into heaven? Like bang, bang, bang. Right? So this is also the problem of Protestants, right? They really do think via conceit that just because they read the Bible or something, or involved in some groups that have the label Christian, that's meritorious. Perfect, no thinking needed. No. Leadership and insight into these matters is very important. And with Roids in the game, we're seeing a lot of tragic consequences based on that. Not just Protestant, not just all different flavors of Christianity, including Orthodox Christianity, due to political reasons. But again, it's been political since Constantine, so what can we do? Okay? Michelangelo knew about the politics, okay? Raffaello, come on. If you're into art history, just look into what they had to do to get those contracts. The Medicis, come on. Did Dante know about that? Of course he did. Come on. You don't get into purgatory without being in purgatory. Okay? And the same, look, I'm not pointing fingers just at Buddhism or other things that even call themselves religion, which are just nothing but a non-meritorious slide into the hell realms. But essentially those practices that claim to be religious, you might want to look into that with the Buddhist lens to see if that's actually the case. Because if it isn't, it really doesn't matter if they call it a religion or call it good. The effects, the universal causalities in play could be disastrously to the downside, if you catch my drift. So it really does behoove you to approach it with a lot of caution. However, like I said, the potential sides, just like the stock market, right? Oh, people win in the stock market. Wow. I just go, I buy stocks, I win. That's not how it works there. Same thing with merit. You back the wrong horses, you don't just lose your money, you get bad karma instead. Okay, that's way worse than losing your money. Catch my drift? That's what we're talking about. So do some playful experimentation, but when you're pretty much like 100% sure, like things like putting litter in a trash can if you find it, or something like that, it's almost automatic that even if it's a small amount of merit, it might indeed be a big amount of merit. Okay, so look into exploring the small ways that are absolutely sure bets, and then accumulate that merit over time. Have long-term strategies, which puts you in a position where you won't even have mixed karma in these matters, and you will certainly reap the rewards of that. Someone wrote in and said, I laughed out loud at the broomstick analogy a lot harder than I should have. Thanks for making it that clear. Well, it really is that clear, just like the 5 precepts are very clear. See, I always say I relate it to the fingers of one hand. So we have 10 fingers. The 5 precepts fit on one hand, and one of them is no sexual misconduct. Now, that applies to heterosexuals as well as any other weird construction that, let's say, malign sociologists and wig flippers have come up with to create some kind of demographic that need not have existed in the first place. But that is really not the point. The point is, if you are letting your ding-a-ling or your whole number 1 or whole number 2 have a greater influence over your personality and what you do, that is the definition of unskillfulness. That is the definition of not being able to get to samadhi or panya, because you're stuck with a deficient sila, which is to say you're stuck with deficient morality. Now, people, especially people who have been psychologically misdirected and abused and encouraged to be degenerates, get extremely angry about that, but that's just part of their personality complex, which is the equivalent to a grenade or a bomb, and is just another part of unskillfulness. But coming back to heterosexuals and just the basic sex drive, that is itself a minefield. A very big minefield, especially today where horrible, warlike, and negligent actors have allowed all of these images to flow into the eyes of people and corrupt them, to make them desirous of such things and such lifestyles and such deeds without presenting all of the downsides that go along with that, such as showing the euphoria of drug use, but not the results of that, the karma of that, the causality of that, scientific causality. You go around putting your ding-a-ling in any old heterosexual hole. There's 2 of them, or 3 of them. You can get diseases, and you can get unwanted children, and you can be brought to the courts. How about that? There's not just the charge of rape, which some unskillful men get because they are not in control of these, shall we call them demonic kinds of forces. Now, when I say demonic, I don't want people to think about, monsters necessarily, but as a sub-process. The sexual drive is a sub-process that is running in biological creatures. Deer have a sexual drive. Apes have a sexual drive. Humans, as mammalian creatures, have a sexual drive, but it can overtake our higher reasoning faculties, can it not? And when it does, it's not usually a good thing. Most of the time, it's a bad thing. She looked good at this time. She was amenable. Well, one thing led to another, and now I have a kid, and I found out she's crazy. She's not suitable as a mate. How many of those relationships develop that way? Now, people scoff and they snigger and whatnot about that, but the negative causality of that is very real. Some people have compared it to living hell, right? A purgatorial existence. So would a wise teacher or a priest or anyone proclaiming to be on the side of God recommend those things? What? How about this? Oh, tolerate those. Just tolerate the tyrannical sadist shows up. Just tolerate it. Otherwise, no, you're bad. You have to go. You're not a spiritual leader. You're a hater. Wah. Get a mob together. What this man says that imbibing in a sexual misconduct is bad idea. Get rid of him. He's not political enough. So these games have been played, are being played. I'm glad that some people see them as ridiculous and harmful, but people that are, let's say, captured by demonic forces that prioritize them at the sake of their own spirituality and would like to impose it tyrannically, their skewed view on these matters on other people are not good people, are they? Because what would be the definition of good and bad again? The proliferation of bad ideas is not a good thing. So the people that demanded even just tolerance of it, they're not good people. They like to try to present themselves that way in the rug salesman kind of way. Oh, I want to include all things into this cake. So chocolate, flour, dog poop, raisins. It's all the same. We're all the same. Don't have something against dog poop. You know? So but where are they coming from? Again, they pretend to be on the side of you and humanity, but if you look into their details, they might be involved in some kind of sabotage operation. They might not have any connection to the institution or culture or people that they're claiming to represent. They're just doing it because that's what tyrannical sadists do. They're rule breakers. What rules? Rules for everyone, but not me. I've got a narrative that I could do anything. I'm an exceptional person. So if I see a rule and I want to break it, then that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, the world is filled with all different types of loons and misguided people. And boy, has religion really been something they've gone after in the West. At least since the Industrial Revolution kicked off and materialism became sort of more of the thing than religion. But yeah, that has disastrous causality, does it not? And it's pretty obvious for people looking in the right places and not being misdirected by the rug salesman contingent that seems to be have a lot of money, most likely due to some kinds of criminal enterprises, rule breaking on that score as well. Oh yeah, drug dealing, it's illegal. Oh, wait a sec, you have drug money? Oh, okay, let's make that happen. You can deposit it, bring it with trash bags in the middle of the night, and we'll make that magic happen. And then all of a sudden, these are the people investing in legitimate companies and then bringing their management practices, including their rule-breaking mentality, to working industries. So the net effect is even worse. So it has a multiplier effect. But hey, rule breaking, that's what progress is about, right? That's how they think. That's how tyrannical sadists think. It's not true, but denial is a big part of their complex. They're impervious to things outside of themselves. 100,000 fentanyl deaths, who cares? Kill the poor anyway. Wah, 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 wah. Oh, what other fairy tales? Social Darwinism. Yeah, there you go. What's on TV? Oh, okay. On to the next thing. This is essentially the class of weeders we have at this time. So, spiritual people would instruct heterosexuals, which let's just call that the normal sexuality, that they would advise against letting it rule over you. Now, when we get to abnormal sexuality, there's no point at all in engaging in it. So, and indeed it's harmful which the broomstick analogy really does drive home, doesn't it? Ba-boom. See, another comedy routine. Not allowed by tyrannical sadists. That one, that goes the wrong way as far as their egotism is concerned. But it does make it clear how misguided that is. So there's skillful practice, which is abstinence. And then there is, let's say, lay people practice, which is a normal heterosexuality. And then there's just a whole bunch of other practices that one need not consider. And if you have demonic forces, who knows where you got them? Could be past lives, it could be anything. You have to weed them out. Just like people who have problems with anger. Like me, I had a problem with anger, hair trigger anger. I had a sub-process running that if someone did something foolish that other people would have thought was innocuous would just come out of nowhere and cause all different kinds of harm. So that was the weed that I had to weed out, and I still have to weed out. It's a lifelong process. It's something to be aware of, something to be mindful of. It's something that one needs to cultivate out. For example, what do I use? Well, metta practice, that's right. Wishing all living creatures well. I come back to that thought more often than a normal person would, because a normal person didn't have the preconditions that I did. See, greedy, I say this again, greedy pig-like people never really have any problems with any other people. They have no idea what I'm talking about right now. Like, what? Angry? What's that? They haven't been in the third realm all that much. They have no concept what that's like. On the other hand, the greedy pig-like people, I can just half sort of understand them, how they could be driven off the rails with that, which they are, which I would say sexual misconduct is sort of a pig person problem. Like, if this thing that shoots the equivalent of snot out of its hole is the point of life, then these people that are all into that must be a good thing. Why won't it be accepted? That's so screwy, isn't it? Another one. Ba-doom. But it's to be avoidable. It's regrettable in their case. But like I said, they're tyrannical sadist contingent that wants to make it everyone else's problem. No, it should be recognized as such. These people are not good people. They're engaging in hostile behavior, and the causality for them and others is not good. And at this point, with these operations that are going, it's not a native operation. I think at this point, people can admit that this is funded and organized by hostile foreign powers that have religious conceits. I wouldn't be surprised if this is sort of a Iranian or Levantine, Ottoman kind of funded thing, because how can they prove their religion is better than Western spirituality? Well, this is how they do it. It's a negative public relations campaign with real victims and perpetrators, right? That's sort of the tyrannical sadist, is a victim and a perpetrator at the same time. So, yeah, look, there's no veneer on it. What does it look like? Does it look that bad? Well, guess what? It is that bad. So we've been taken for a ride for this, but that ride is coming to an end. Whether they want that to happen or not, but it's not going to be us to do it necessarily. It's just going to be a lot of people waking up from this nightmare. And also recognizing, 5 precepts. Pretty basic. If you want wisdom, if you want wise reflection, if you want calmness, you have to abstain from sexual misconduct. In all forms, not just the easily identifiable abnormal forms, but even under the guise of normal heterosexuality, running, chasing tail for men or women that need validation, i.e. SLUTSs, that all ends badly. That ends in purgatorial conditions. So if you didn't hear that from any other popular person in this despicable time, well, then you just heard it from me, the most unpopular of all. See that link for coffee? There you go. One coffee at a time, right? There's a coffee deficit at this point, but I'm sure it will be paid back in otherworldly ways, which is the way causality works. So there you go. The other big thing they're on is, women should be, everywhere in spirituality, because equality. Well, the Buddha, he did sort of dispense with that. We're not equal, right? We're not superior, but we're also not inferior. There's a reason why women are not considered spiritual leaders in general. No exceptional cases, okay, but guess what they have? They have the order of nuns. Nunneries existed in Christianity since forever, and bhikkhunis in Buddhism since forever. They were not up in people's faces talking about this and that necessarily. We need to have that to create some type of impression of whatever. These are, again, bad people. They're looking to jam up the practice by any means necessary. And if they can find some Eve-like women that have a lot of conceit to be their battering ram for bad practices, then they will find and use them and misuse them to create Devi Dada-like conditions in a Sangha, which, as we know, at least from the Buddhist side, how indescribably terrible that is for the karma of the people that do that. It is ill-advised that any woman or team of people backing women like that would do that. But again, we're dealing with patuginistic forces that really don't see any value to religion other than its social kinds of materialistic aspects. So they're not superstitious about that. They don't have any fear, obviously, about Devi Dada's fate, because they think it's malarkey on some basic level, but they do see the utility of it in other areas. And of course, they're very paranoid. The group of people could, shut down some other operations they might have that could be inconvenient for them. So, that's the tyrannical part of sadism, that, they want total control, including of religious institutions, which have just an ancillary political component to it. So does that sound terrible? What about World War I? Was that terrible enough for you? Or how about the philosophical weeders that preceded that event and sort of cleaned up after that event, that are still amongst us in the schools of their misguided theories and practices? Such as atheism, right? What? God? What? Who? That type of mentality. Secularism's another one, another little wrapper. And then just leftoidism, just a whole cult-like disregard for spirituality. And if we were able to get the facts out of Russia, I mean, how devastating that's been. People would take it more seriously, sort of like the Polish do, but not too many other people, because they're, oblivious. They're watching video shorts of people dancing all day, the equivalent of that, so they don't really care about the facts. But people they should more and be more aware of these things, and also be more afraid of ending up like these misguided people that think they know a lot but actually don't, because conceit is one of the instruments of Mahamine, isn't it? I know what I'm talking about. This is progress. Oh, what? This is progress? Oh, really? What type of progress? Progress like cancer progressing to more and more greater stages of malignancy. That's sort of the way you need to think of it. Every time one of these people says progress, think of cancer. But what is that? Is that attachment again? So let's detach from that kind of contretemps and just say, look, there's skillful practice and unskillful practice. But unskillful practice, we've got unskillful practitioners that are actively trying to jam up skillful practice, and those are two vectors that they use. The other one is group cohesion principles, right? I'll let you decide what that means, but they're sort of against group cohesion outside of their class. Let's just think of them as a class, not as any specific group, but a class can develop at any time based on anything, which has been so flabbergasting to most people, that a class of criminals essentially has deemed themselves to be worthy of dictating to us all on the basis of that. That's been so flabbergasting to most good people, but why should it be? If delusionality is part of their toolbox, they can create alternative histories and also alternative narratives for themselves. And good people, the good people were the bad people were the good people, right? Normal psychology is bad, abnormal is good, and so on and so forth. Who can do that? Well, rule breakers, that's right. Malignant narcissists, that's part of their shtick. So go along with that. Get the bad causality of that. That's sort of how this realm, this purgatory works. But being deceived, that's not where you want to be. So look, demonic forces, right? Subconscious forces. If you have bad ones, well, that's the work you have. That's the spiritual work ahead of you to cancel them out, to negate them, to neutralize them, to remove them. Time and time again, this thought comes up, you let it go, right? Anger comes up, you apply metta practice. Desire comes up, including perverted desire. Well, then you have to apply the opposite of that, right? Austerities. Abstinence, right? Like, oh, I want to drink this beer, well then I'm going to drink this water instead. Apply that directionality. And it's a practice, it's repetitious. You have to put in the right effort with right view for it to work, not just half of the equation. And there's no way around it. You might have particularly bad karma, again, for space dukkha reasons, past lives kind of reasons. You're going to have to bring that superhuman effort to the point of contact for you to experience success in this purgatory. Otherwise, where you will end up, who knows? People that do not get these things under control, it is inferred that they end up in the hell realms or never return to the human dimension. That's the theory. So should you be worried about that? I would say yes, if you have these types of problems with the kilesas that are known to exist. I should say you should be very afraid for your own soul, which is really the primary concern in purgatory. Despite what annihilationist, i.e. materialists, say, the drum they beat all the time, boom, 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 like some barbarian, neo-barbarian tribes, before the gates of Mordor. Boom, 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 be successful, boom, 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 in materialist terms, boom, 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 right? Would that be Mara-minded? Make a wrong choice in a matter like that? Where will you go? What will happen? So yeah, these matters, they are concerning, and it does come down to the individual practice. So whatever the group is deciding on, thanks to their little circus ringmasters that, again, are they have infiltrated all different types of religious institutions at this point. You just need to take it on a case-by-case basis. Just because they're wearing robes does not mean that they will not disrobe. That's a big part of the practice, and a lot of them like to just spread out real fast, try to get to know everybody and get in everybody's business. But if they'll be around next month, you don't know. Probably not. And where they're going after this life, hard to say. But it's not going to be a good place. But remember, deep inside they have the conceit that it's all BS anyway. So do remember that. Someone wrote in, well, you must be a classist because you're Anglo-Saxon, isn't that so? And I said, look, to a certain extent, that's true. But I consider my lineage to be a Norman. And whatever class has ruled over my peoples, I do not recognize them as anything but weeders, using appearances and institutions to do the opposite of what they were set up to do. Now, when we look at churches through the lens of the Eckhart module, you can see that they're meditation halls. They're prayerful meditation halls. They were set up to be that. They were not set up to be good works, centrals for misguided causes kind of thing. But you can see how materialism would push people in the wrong direction. And that's certainly the direction they've gone. I've said it before, but the Anglican Church is a total disgrace at this time. And that's not just me saying that. And it was completely unnecessary, but you can see the bad causality that led to it happening. And yet, look, the Roman Catholic Church was infected by politics and personalities and worldly things since a long time, and the Anglican Church was no exception. And so you have these relics of the past. But you can see, there was a big prayerful meditative component to the 13th century, and the Eckhart module proves it. So, Christians, there's no reason why they shouldn't be on board. And if they have their reasons, then one should reflect on where those reasons are coming from and what class put them there. But the whole idea of class is very scary. And this is what that, maniac, the whole Marxist-Leninist maniacs, this is what they use. They're able to bring people together into political cults, essentially, and then drive wedges in political institutions. Via class dynamics. Class, what? The D class, A class decides. Because they say so. And they have a propaganda department. And it really is global, right? Why did Cambodia get put in the dunk tank? Well, that's what they used there. Why did Mozambique fall down the crapper? Well, they were there too. So if you want to consider it like a murder operation or a murder inc., they got quite a tally at this point. And they just keep repackaging themselves. But the class part is a big component. Bringing together people to think the same way, act the same way, represent the same bad interests, based on the same flimsy and low proclivities of certain individuals. Bring them together, make them a class. So, no, I'm not part of that class dynamic. And neither should any other practitioner of true spirituality, but they make it difficult. Very paranoid, very greedy, very tyrannical, very covert and underhanded, right? Oh, I'm not those things. No. This is the new thing, not the old thing. So it's easy to see how a lot of people fall for it. But they really do so to their own detriment, the detriment of their countries, and the detriment of civilizations in general. And the bad causality of that is still in play, and where it will end, nobody knows. Some people said that, there will be 10 billion deaths in the next year, perhaps. So, you play with fire, sometimes you get burned, is it not so? Which is why, every individual practitioner needs to have within them the seed of true practice, true civilization, true compassion, true insight, true wisdom. Dear, dear brothers and sisters, listen. It's a very important distinction to destroy an environment for recreative purposes versus just doing it out of sheer negligence. Or how about this one, gentlemen? Looking you straight in the eyes and asking you, if good intentions lead to good, but not always, but blame is always bad, why would we blame ourselves for changing forms and conditions with variables such as purgatory hath prepared for us for our own punishment, our own suffering, but also to our betterment? And that we see that it was necessary to change things around in your environment, break things up, break your routines up, break your kalesis up, under every circumstance, every condition, every misunderstanding, every passion, every aversion. Oh, dear brothers and sisters, if you can cleanse yourself from that, it's so refreshing. And yet it is so hard because it's so sticky, because some of the things, they really do burn. Oh. Have you ever taken sulfuric acid and just poured it on your hand? Because you can also think that way unless you catch yourself real quick and stop that process from developing, because it will burn you. The people who hated me my entire lives with such a passion, it ended up just being they themselves with themselves feeling that way. And that's it. They got their sandwich that they get to eat. You can't offer a guest something, and if he declines it, make him eat it. See, it takes some kind of a concession on your part to do that for some reason. Now there's the masochists amongst you, which appear to be noble but weak in that regard, and are therefore despicable on some level. And yet that should not be a reason for hate. It's just the human condition. If you see it in a compassionate way, well, you're not going to be blaming yourself or others for being misguided under these circumstances, which are, shall we say, divinely illusory at times. Who does one see right now? Uh-oh, take out the Polaroid. Click, click. Look at that surprised expression, like, whoa, wait a second. I thought I was supposed to be the one in control here. See, and then he notices his own conceit. And then he listens. He's fascinated. He's not at all disappointed with non-vulgarities. How could that be so? So although I'm sure no one understands him, he might understand himself better than what other people think. Because what is that? It's noise. It's misguided. Oftentimes it's cruel and barbaric and manipulative and every other bad thing that logos can be misused for, but that does not mean that we should not look with good intention to the good things and cultivate them instead. Is that so simple, so hard? There are people lulled into conformity with conditions that are killing them slowly. They know it, but they lack right effort. But dear brothers and sisters, you can start with nothing and drop by drop progress under the worst circumstances that have been attested to for the last 2,600 years. People have derived untold benefit from such healing, compassionate, patient, understanding, wise directionality. Do not just see the destructive element with a hateful spirit, but to look at a certain part of it as inevitable, and how can we make the best of this situation, which really is then good for the most amount of people, not just very small-minded, local kind of interests that might clash for spurious reasons from time to time in different places. Perhaps this isn't the right place. That's okay. I'm not out there pounding the streets. If it isn't, it isn't. If it is, it is. But ultimately, it's an individual practice alone. That's it. It begins and ends there. All social theory on top of that is nonsense. Just let things develop in a dynamic way, but with good intentionality. See, that means accepting the flow of Tao. This life it's not stopping. Changing forms and conditions. Yesterday, the train was on time. Today, it isn't. Kind of world. Sometimes you're up. Sometimes you're down. Sometimes you spring back to such illustrious heights that one never returns. That's the theory. Who can claim such a thing if one is still a mammalian creature? But there are rules, Vinayas, right, that have been known to work in even the extremest of cases. But it required right effort, but also right view. But those things develop gradually over time, do they not? The highest civilizational arts, philosophy, religion, theology, a practice, not just the theory, the practice, which is to say a synthesis of philosophies with good intention, but not being overly, let's say, understanding of sides that just have ill will and disastrous results, despite their relative positions of influence at this time. How could there not be differences of perspectives at catastrophe kinds of filled times? But when was purgatory never filled with catastrophes? What? But there were those people that solved them in a beneficial way for the most amount of people, and then those systems that didn't. And let me tell you, many didn't. In fact, Pali, the most magical language of all that we know of at this time, it was discovered relatively recently in the West, just by sheer accident. Like bumped over, a stone and was like, what's that? That curiosity, and they dug down into thousands and thousands of years of up until that time, prehistory. Just fathom that for a second. And then you had these people speaking very strange languages, such as Thai. That, how many people learned that? Or then Chinese at that time. It was very few, dear friends, that had the time as well to devote to such enormously beneficial works of indisputable reputation to be the benchmarks of civility, dignity, and respect since a long, long time ago. So, where is the respect for things that do matter or were and are good versus all of these frivolous enterprises that are doomed to failure based on kilesas? Now, many people can be affected with kilesas at once in one generation, and this leads to catastrophe. On the other hand, they can be, let's say, put on a peaceful and wise path that is of benefit to the individual on upward, but also very good friends. Kalyana Mitta from all around the world. Antarctica has one or two or possibly more, who knows? Everywhere good people are. Like really good, like the Jade Diamond vehicle, good, like that. Pure luxury and, but not luxury, but meaningful significance of authenticity. How can one deny such things or debate such things? Put it to question, and yet we lost contact with all of that due to, shall we say, disputes on the Silk Road at that time between bandits, essentially. They couldn't get along, and then it took the hegemonic path to Genghis Khan, and then they wrecked everything. That's what greed looks like, the end of it. Now, some say he's revered. I don't know why, but we are in the worldly realm, are we not? So maybe that counts for someone. If you think of the powers that be down here, that might be underestimated by Patuginas because they have maybe the conceit that they have seen through these very complicated matters. Where did they get lost on the way to think that way? Because that's a sign, like look at your GPS, that's the warning light you haven't been looking at, that it's inverted. You're looking at things from a worldly point of view and not a spiritual one. Which is to say, the prescient one. Of course, when we spiritually evolve into higher, supernormal spiritual beings, then we can always return to designs and improve them on the basis of ultimate civility, dignity, and respect that is theoretically achievable. But some conceited people might say, well, this person, he sounds very inflated right now. But maybe inflation is part of the process because you were subnormally contracted. And so you can see these things as just passing phases and not determinant of the person. Because we're talking about changing forms and conditions, also personality changes. People embrace personality changes. If you're young and dumb and you become wise over time, that's so much better for you. So much better for the people you know, and everyone really should commit themselves to practicing in such a way, just like good oral hygiene. But don't overdo it. See, it's about the middle path. A little give and take, sometimes being confused, but having compassion and forgiveness, and again, civility for all parties involved, just for the sake of being on this planet in a way that is certainly not perfect, but is indeed on some level valuable. In fact, that was never disputed by the Buddha, not for a millisecond. He embraced all of that pain to come to that awareness, to be reborn. You cannot be born in this life without pain. Have you ever been at a delivery room? Take a look. That's how we begin. It's with suffering. But that's not the end of the story. That's the beginning. You grow up. You become a good person based on cultivation. How could you have a garden bed that looks just fantastically magnificent and abundant if you did not attend assiduously to the entire process, including, hey, it's a very hot and dry week. Maybe too much sun would be bad, so I'm going to put netting or sticks or build some kind of shade. And then I'm going to put more effort into watering and also monitoring the various nutrient levels and the compost and the way the soil. And so there's so many levels, so much assiduous dedication to the cause, that the results of the causality is that garden is just magnificent. It's cultivated, it's curated, it's simplified. But it's just, it's astounding. It's like being at the botanical garden or something. It's super normal results to a Patugina. But to a horticulturalist, it's just a matter of fact, cultivation as a matter of fact. But making it a fact, making the facts factual, making the ideal approachable and reasonable and wise, and not being too greedy, not causing fights, not disliking people too much. All of those things together, but of course not being a fool. To be deluded that other people wish you well when they just pretend that is known in literature, literary circles, but most good-hearted people don't want to admit that fact and then are terribly surprised. But read some Sherlock Holmes and then, after your 20th book or so, you might say, well, that was a rather naive opinion to hold at that time, so sincerely, as a youth would, of noble mind, heart, and body. But still, wow, what a surprise. How else would it happen? That one would not, at some time in this life, in purgatory, not be surprised at the downside for some irrelated reason, that if your rational mind went after it, would never find the answer, because rationality does not explain the complexities of this dimension. So, but when you say that you're dispensing with rationality, people are like, well, this man has gone bonkers. But that's not the thing. Rationality was wrong view. It did not have enough of a totality to it to explain this dimension. And it didn't, and people have made dreadful decisions based on those misperceptions. Including my old university, Oxford. But no, was it Cambridge? I can't quite recall. I don't believe I received my invitation. As the most esteemed professor doctorate that has ever existed, certainly exists at this time. But who would be giving credulity to an institution that might not deserve it at this time? One would only hope that esteemed thinkers of the day would be so modern as to dispense with trivial aversions of all kinds. especially those based on conceit. No one can be smarter than me. And yet, these are people who read Shakespeare, yet did not understand one sentence of it, professed to know it. Huh. Indeed. How far can the duncery go? As far as getting along, coming back to the point, learning how to get along means learning how to get along with yourself first. And if you have a lot of kilesas, look, that's just your karma, okay? If you want to look at it in a fatalistic way, do that. That's sometimes very helpful. Let's just say it's beyond the rational explanation why you have certain areas that are concerning for you, but other people might not have them. So who can explain these things? Psychologists have spent years and years and decades trying to figure it out. They still haven't figured it out, okay? Even if they know that weird perspectives exist, categorizing them all as unwholesome if they lead to some type of end result, such as irritation, aggravation, frustration, right? All of those things. Do you know about that? That's called kilesas. Yeah. Oh, now you know about that. In my time, there were many people, that was the first time they heard that word. They were like, what? Is this guy talking astrophysics? Like, what? It's like, what? Protein? What's that? Ignorance, man. That's it. And then they have fancy explanations for a bunch of kilesas and, took a theoretical approach. Like, oh, gee, isn't that interesting? But like how to cure those things, like what type of practices, simplified practices, authentic practices, basic practices, maybe even supernormal practices, because such as the penicillin module, that's the physical equivalent to the psychological equivalent, which is, I don't know how this stuff is working, but that injury, which I would have died of gangrene from, it healed instead. I feel great. It's unbelievable. It's a miracle. No, I don't have it anymore. It killed everything. The entire bacteria that were causing it. And now I have no irritation. No irritation at all. It's like it was never there. Like that night and day kind of difference. Between living with kilesas, letting them live you, the people that hated me as contemporaries, the entire time, my entire life, where did that end up for them? Just with their own bile, that's what. They used me as the object of their disdain. Wow, how foolish for them. Instead of well-wishing me and others such as I do, then guess what I get back? Is it gratitude? At least that. At least on a level that I understand, because I know it was genuine, because I was there. I was the one genuinely wishing these people well and forgiving any and all past kinds of misunderstandings or what have you. But I do understand that that's a supernormal position to have, and so many people do not achieve it, and they have very strange reasons for why, but sometimes it's normal and vulgar reasons why they won't give up their attachments to aversions and blamings and other kinds of kilesa-like activities that justify the person engaging in them, but using someone as the object of that. My first grade teacher didn't do this, and that's why. And people have these hang-ups, if you can believe it. They never get over a grudge. And it just causes them more and more suffering and frustration and agitation, because how can you solve problems of that nature? They're psychological, they're spiritual. They're sub-processes that only a supernormal practice can eliminate. You can't just go about your day and have that running on if it reaches a certain level. And that's sort of what people misnomer as burnout syndrome. They have too many of these conflicting experiences or complexes going on at once that they can't focus on what they really should be doing, which is not having accumulated those things in the first place with skillful living. And yet still, it's a skillful attribute to forgive and forget and to move on and to make realistic assessments so that one does not engage in self-harming behavior under any kinds of auspices, even the empathetic or seemingly moral arguments that might not really be that, but it is understood that if people generally have those conditions, that people will generally stay together to the point that they can at least communicate with each other effectively, which means without any kind of negativity associated with it. But at the same time, it is understandable that there are irritating circumstances that are legitimately irritating. That it's very hard to keep that to a minimum. And that one can even throw the flames or the gasoline on top of the flames to make things worse. We know that that's certainly something that people are very unskillfully skilled in doing, but we don't want to be one of those people ourselves. They are the foolish people we're glad not to know or be in the vicinity of, unless absolutely necessary, right? And then, yeah, we do need to be aware. The person that comes in the room and just starts talking very loudly might have their phone on blast into like a concert hall and is chewing on gum and just looking at his phone. It might be very inappropriate to his microenvironment or her microenvironment or the psychological equivalent of that in any environment. So yeah, neo-barbarianism is choice, and there's also the other choice, curation and sanity and individual practice. So everyone gets to choose in purgatory. Isn't that fabulous? And everyone lives with the causality of their choices. Isn't that enlightening? I think it takes some time to let that seep in. That's the samadhi process, but once it does, you have a new viewpoint that dissipates that blockage and ignorance, and then you can discern the wisdom. Well, it really is wise not to get caught up in these abstract matters such as attachments and attractions and aversions and ill willings or angerings of that nature. Now that you know that, start applying subtle practice to eliminate those things in your each and individual case. Your grandmother did this, that. Look, it's a category of a wrong way of thinking. It's just your variables that you are applying. So once you see that on an abstract level, you have to depersonalize enough to let that process happen. And change your perspective. Yeah, guess what? This isn't important anymore. That kid broke my joystick that I had saved up for. And it was like a collectible item that I found randomly in a flea market. And it reminded me of my kid brothers that got killed under bad circumstances. And so it was a very dear object to me. And he knew it and took a hammer and broke it, and that's why. And now fill in how this story ends because of those ridiculous variables. But see, you see it in Ricky's case. Okay, that's easy to see. But in your own case, that's where you're blind. Right now, ignorance. I would say neo-barbarianism has a very high ignorance index, especially regarding spiritual matters. There's been no Christianity in the West for decades now. So where did they get a religious practice from? The Flintstones? So do have some compassion for three-brained creatures that have been so denuded of basic psychological principles that would have maintained them in a dignified way. But that was not the intention of other malign forces, intentional or not. Like maybe these are smart, stupid people, but like in the ethical sense, but not in the Machiavellian sense. When has something like that not happened? Going back to Roman times, I'm trying to remember. Oh, there's so many instances of that where dumb forces prevail based on some kinds of leveragings, and everything fell apart. Which, doesn't make a lot of business sense, but these people don't make a lot of sense, not to themselves, and the results speak for it. But, some people have some big plans, but it's really who benefits at the end of the day, and why. And are they really backing good horses? What do good horses look like versus what is a better way to live versus not living that way kind of idea that one should think about from time to time, as we are, let's say, complex social creatures as well as cog-producing units. And that just like a mismanaged factory, you can have a mismanaged country, and the results are very similar, with dysfunction being the final product versus something illustrious, something brilliant, something unexpectedly good. But with playful experimentation, one cannot know all things at once. And one can also make small mistakes here and there, and one can correct those mistakes. That's a principle of cultivation as well. The tyrannical sadist does not understand that. One mistake, gone. What? That person, a very valuable person. Make a mistake, learn. Learn again, make another mistake, learn again. You have to be open to that process. If you are a dictatorial fool where only power matters, then you can see how that does have a negative effect on innovation. The net effect is really not worth it, so why have a culture like that one can just describe as toxic, and not as one that is free and open and free of such ridiculous matters that do not belong in civilized spaces. Like somebody coming in and screaming gibberish when someone was talking about nuclear policy or something. The two conversations can take place far apart. The other party can write down what they wanted to say and see how communication can work. But with all due respect, you can't get your point across if that is how you insist on doing it. Because one might infer that that wasn't the point at all. It was the net effect that mattered, which was some kind of disruptive atmosphere. So we're just talking about management principles here, no thing in particular. But certainly people have variables. Everyone has, I think this is the really brilliant part of my contribution to the conversation, is that it does allow for other viewpoints to present themselves, but in a concise manner, and then follow up with some answers to questions that are put to them that they, if they are experts, should be able to answer forthrightly, so that one can dispense with delusional thinking in a systematic way on a decision-making level. So what part of management is that not a part of? Now, do we need to awfulize that process, or does that make the most sense? And so who needs to care what people Don't think that way. There's other things for them to be doing. There's so many other jobs out there, like picking up trash by the side of the road. We now need, double the maintenance crews. Okay, maybe the system grew, the city grew from 500,000 to 1 million. Things don't work the same as they did, changing forms and conditions. So you need a completely new set of equipment. You need a separate way of organization. You have new departments that need to be created and old ones just taken offline, because that's how meaningful change happens versus dysfunction. So now realize that global forces are into dysfunctioning different places, so maybe they are the ones behind it. But there might be some dupes involved that think that doing things in some kind of power play way is the right way versus just sound management principles. Wherever you might be. It might be the Southwest United States. They might be the ones that build a statue to me next week for that contribution to civil society. But maybe not. Maybe that in certain stinky room somewhere, somebody thought that they got doused with a cold bucket of water. That I'm so glad I'm not in that place. But the other place, I might show up, right? Get my invitation, my private jet comes in. Something from, the 4th generation space age just glides down for a touchdown. Hey, I heard you all build a statue. I figured I'd stop by, kind of thing. Yeah, that's a whole different vibe. That's a different vibe. Or maybe it's not a statue. It's like a, Institute of Higher Learning or something. Just like high tech, straight out of Buck Rogers kind of world. But no, they've got problems where they're at, and they don't see it any other way, and they're not on that level, so they're not your audience. That's just the way it is. But in that wide world, there's so many places that would hold on to that like a glowing ember. In the freezing cold, they would hold that closely to it. As they stare into space, into the destitute kind of world that surrounds them and the misguided people that at this time prevail, but there are so many different futures and variables for different friends. Is there not? Returning to the process of learning for a moment. Oftentimes, things that we set out to learn seem daunting, especially when we begin, but it's a process of making baby steps each day and returning to equations that one worked on and double-checking certain important things, especially after one perhaps better understood the equation and now one figured out why it was wrong because one was neglecting maybe one variable. There were supposed to be 3 variables, but you just put 2, and so that's why the answer was wrong, but then you included this other variable that you had not known up until that time, or wasn't aware that it was supposed to be included into the equation. That was it. That was just the small missing fragment that you were missing. That's why it was wrong. But now you're very conscientious of adding or seeing that dimension. That's what learning is. You've been made aware of that dimension. That variable, it's easy to overlook as a beginner. Such as an ignorant child not knowing anything about kilesas could be disastrous, but then you learn and then you depersonalize and then you detach from any and everything, all agitation and all unskillful clinging or aversion. and bathe in the pure light of pure hygiene, inside and out, to the best of your abilities every day. Every day, the people out there that are walking around very fly, at least on the inside, they're doing much better for themselves. They've manifested civility, dignity, and respect for themselves and others, but only to a point. You can't necessarily put a houseplant out on the street and think it's going to thrive. It needs cultivated circumstances for it to thrive, and so that also means no contact with foolishness, or as little as possible, or none at all. That's where the civilized people reside, and always have resided in purgatory. Dante was not doing cartwheels down the street. But would anyone dispute that he did not live a miraculous kind of exemplary life in many ways? Astoundingly erudite way of life that manifested itself in a literary way for centuries, such a reputation that people would deny that in this day just because of some kind of priggish conceit. Well, that's always existed in this dimension. But it is not where insight is known, or elegance, or eloquence, or the marvelous heavenly abodes, the places where one can be when one is not being aggravated by any old noise. Because one doesn't see oneself as trapped in any kind of narrative, because what would that narrative be other than compassion towards all living creatures, including the three-brained creature called mankind, especially there. Someone wrote in, I love your koala analogy. Yeah, just like koalas. Up in the tree, take a look. Are they bad creatures? Why would you think they're bad creatures? They're fascinating creatures. They have a lot of compassion for themselves and others. Yeah, other living creatures. But they're fallible. They're so fallible in so many ways. And they look so cuddly cute, don't they? Come on. There you really can believe your eyes. They are that. They have a fascinating kami. They are very characteristic. And human beings are too. So, of course, there can be some scuffles here and there. But they don't hold grudges too much. And so, in that way, they are more civilized than the three-brained creature. At times. But wishing them well, see, they return the spirit, the kami, that perspective. See, they can't say it in words, they do it with actions. And so you can see things also with the Buddha Dasa module. Should you have been studying something, then do go through your notes from time to time and reorganize them, and perhaps if there has been a nagging question that you weren't quite clear on, to write out a diagram like this. To get this equation, you need to get this number, and then you can plug this number into this equation to get that number, kind of thing, that you just write it down so that you understand it for yourself. Because it is counterintuitive. It is difficult to understand certain complicated matters, but if you simplify them down to the variables that you need that are based on the physics and the dimensionality of the objects one is interacting with, well then, there you have it. You are able to discern what would be the right number based on the variables. And there could be 3 different variables, but it comes out to one number. And that one number is what's needed for the application. That's all. It's not all that complicated, although yes, it is complicated. Beginners, they just stare at it like it's spaghetti dipped in ink that was thrown on a paper, that they understand nothing about these matters. And then they get it wrong. They do the 2 parts, but not all 3, or just the 1 part. They put the 1 part in the other formula. And they don't keep the formula separate. And then it just comes out more spaghetti at the end. And they get very frustrated, very angry. They mad. Why? Well, if you could just get that all out of the way and just stick with it with light neutrality, like a puzzle, playful experimentation, then you could probably get past whatever's hindering you and have that aha moment, which is very prized in all things, not just mathematics. Satori. Aha. And then the repeatability, because you wrote these things down, but maybe in a symbolic form, so that you can abstract it to something memorable, and then this times this divided by this is this. That's it. You won't forget that. After you do it 1,000 times, it's impossible to forget. It's like saying thank you in English, if that is the meaning that you want to convey, that people understand that yes, this person is showing gratitude in just an overwhelmingly authentic way. It's not just the label, the appropriate label, it's the depth of it. It's not just a reaction, but that there are different languages that one can say that. Dankeschön, right, is another one. Spasiba is another. And so on and so forth. Merci. See, that hit some people. They thought, oh, he's going to say, thank you. Gracias. Right? See, some people they weren't expecting. That connection. But that's names and labels. That's mathematical formulas. That's your variables. The variables change, the formula doesn't. It works every time. But you need to accurately discern those variables. Are they truly the variables that belong there, or have you forgotten something? Double, triple check. That's it. That's just part of the program. You're not a computer. You're a human being. So if you catch it on not on the first time, not on the second, but you do on the third, isn't that a satisfying feeling? That third measure was really required, that it wasn't overdone. Those are the very special moments where gratitude for thoroughness arises, sincerely rises. And accuracy is really its own reward. It really is the best of both worlds. You're not wearing out your tools and you're not aggressively cutting. You're not disturbing the surface. You're working with what you're working with. This is a type of gumminess, but this one doesn't. This has more of a brittleness. Then you have different variables. Sometimes it makes sense to go faster, sometimes slower. Sometimes it's a compromise. But these things are nuanced. And for those who lack nuance, oh dear, the results are less than admirable, are they not? So normal and vulgar and even subnormal at times, a complete novice comes in, and then what happens? The whole place is in danger. Pushing a button here, pushing a button there. Oh no. So it's not trivial being accurate. Really is the key to professionality. But look at how we three-brained creatures can be overwhelmed at times for any old reason. And yet that has nothing to do with the clarity of accuracy, does it? It's everything except that. Even if it bullies its way into our minds, clouds our horizon for a time. It is what we must endure. With patience and compassion. And wisdom, of course. Because only with the first two can you get to the third. And with a lot of diligence as well, so it really is sort of sequential. One building on top of the other.